This is the regular meeting for November 5th, 2025, convening at 5:43 PM. Madam City Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Nakanishi, Councilmember Hothy, Councilmember Greg Hensley. Mayor Pro Tem Yepez. Mayor Bregman.
Here. And Madam City Attorney, if you would announce closed session items.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council will convene in closed session regarding item C2A, which is public employee potential discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957B, continuing the process associated with the prior preliminary resolution, and continuing suspension of city manager, appointment of acting city manager, and effective date for all other purposes. Item C2B, conference with legal counsel for threatened litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2 regarding a government claim submitted by Mr. Carney. Item C2C, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance versus the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority matter. And item C2D, conference on labor negotiation with all of the city's labor unions and unrepresented employees pursuant to Government Code 54957.6.
Thank you, and I will open public comment. Do we have any comment cards? Any members of the public that would like to speak, come do so now. Seeing none. Council's convening to closed session at 5:44 PM. Council's returning from closed session at 7:05 PM. Madam City Attorney, can you please report on closed session items?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Council convened in closed session regarding items C2A through D, and there is no reportable action at this time.
All right, and if I can have Pastor Robert Schlip from Radiant Life Church, please come to the podium and lead us in prayer.
Mayor Bregman, distinguished council members, fellow residents, good evening. I would invite you to bow your heads with me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your many blessings and all that you have provided for us in this wonderful community that we call home. Lord, I pray today that you would continue to provide for every need. We ask for your hand of protection upon our first responders, for wisdom for our educators, for peace and civility amongst our residents, and for a sense of warmth that welcomes all of our visitors. Your word declares that if any lacks wisdom, we can call upon you and you will provide. And that's my request of you today, Lord God, that you would provide wisdom for each and every one as we act civilly toward one another and encourage one another, walking forward in victory in this incredible community that we call home. I pray these things in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Can I ask you what you did to your leg?
I had a motorcycle accident. I broke both my legs.
All right, well, glad to have you here.
But I'm doing much better now.
Amen. All right. If all would rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You know what, I was on crutches once before myself, and the attorney said that I had no legs to stand on for a lawsuit, so.
There you go.
Put it to rest.
I'm just trying every day to put one foot in front of the other, if you'll excuse me.
Thank you again. All right, all right. All right. This is the regular meeting for November 5th, 2025, convening at 7:07 PM. Madam City Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Nakanishi. Here. Councilmember Hothy. Here. Councilmember Craig Hensley. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Yepez. Here. Mayor Bregman.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, and Madam City Clerk, please introduce the consent calendar.
The consent calendar tonight consists of items C1 to C10. There is a requested vote from consent, as there is a presentation for this item.
Do you have the mic?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay. Apologies. Consent calendar tonight consists of items C1 to C10. At this time, staff is requesting that C3 be pulled from the consent calendar so that we can present, there is a presentation for this item as well as receive public comment before the city council vote. But that is the only change.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I will go ahead and make the motion that we move item C3 to be the first item thereafter the consent calendar.
I have a request before that. Or,
Okay?
yeah, sorry. So, so I would like to move G7 and G8 to consent, since those items will come up again. So it's for the sake of efficiency and moving faster the meeting.
Absolutely. So I could provide a little bit of background on G7 and G8. The reason that they were added to the regular calendar is because this is the first time the city council will be making allocations from the nonprofit fund that the city council established earlier this year. However, it is not a requirement for it to go on the regular calendar, so council can go ahead and move forward with placing it on consent if you so desire.
Okay. Do you want to make the motion additionally for G7, G8 to be on the consent?
We've got one motion standing, Mr. Mayor. Should we second and vote on that? And then Councilmember Yepez is making a motion.
Okay, so going back to item C3. Do I have a second for postponing?
I will
Thank
second.
you. All in favor?
Aye. Oh, sorry. You take a motion.
righty, item passes. So all that means is item C3, which is about the BID district, tax district, will be our first item right after our consent calendar. And then,
And then
Vice Mayor?
I would like to make a motion to move to consent G7 and G8.
okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? And again, for the public's information, we're moving item G7, G8 to the consent calendar so that we can be a little bit more efficient in our meeting. Now I will ask the public, is there any items that you would like to pull off of the
I'm sorry,
consent?
Mr. Mayor, C1, I'd also wanted to pull for a brief clarification
Okay.
discussion. So,
C1, C3, C4. We're also.
And this is not to be voted on separately, or it is to be voted on separately?
no, it's to be voted on as part of
The consent.
Consent calendar,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, any other council members like to pull consent calendar items? Any members of the public like information, more information, or separate voting for any consent calendar items? Please come to the podium now. Seeing none, I will take a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second,
And I'll just, to clarify, this is going to be for items C1 to C10 excluding C3 and G7 and G8.
correct. And it passes. And I do believe we have a check from Hutchins Street Square. That's correct.
Mr. Lindsay, I'm sorry. Can I please address C1?
Oh, my apologies.
So I just want to review where we are with the general billing bad debts. It's my understanding that we should be doing this on a regular basis. Can you address that in more detail as to kind of we're playing catch-up now, but moving forward, this is an annual basis review?
Yes, certainly. This is an item that the council will see every year. And what we will do, though, is to clarify for the council and for anybody following this issue, this is not something that we do like for past year. Like when we bring the next report for you, it will not be for the immediate prior year because we take several attempts to collect on these outstanding claims. When we have reached a point where it is no longer cost effective or we know we're not going to get paid, we will batch them together once per year and bring these forward like we're doing this evening. And they will just probably usually be about 3-4 years behind because that's then demonstrated we've exhausted all of our ability to collect that bad debt. So with that clarification and knowing that this item will be before you annually, I'm hoping that that's responsive to your
Yes,
question.
thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify because it's not just one department, it's a number of departments. So, okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you. And sorry for trying to skip over that. And if we could have Hutchins Street Square members come to the podium. And I believe you have a big check. Oh. Well, the numbers matter, so not the size of the check.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jeffrey Kirst, part of the Hutchins Street Square Foundation, along with Sam Harper and Daphne Feldy. We're presenting the city with a check for $140,000 to help pay for the item C4. And this year already, we've paid $26,900 for the Arbor patio painting, and we paid $3,500 for the Easter egg hunt and $800 for copies that needed to be done for planning. So we're in at $171,000 so far this year, and we thank you for the opportunity to help the city with this. So, and I give Madam Clerk. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to say a quick comment. Again, when we applaud the individuals up here, just know that they spend countless nights in dark rooms. No, but truly they spend hours for our community. In this case, it's Hutchins Street Square, which is truly one of the most prime destinations in Lodi, one of the best facilities to rent. And again, that's because of the individuals that you see up here. So again, it takes quite a bit of the members of our own community to keep our community nice. So again, if we could just give one more round of applause for these individuals. All right.
Good night.
All right, and now, Madam City Clerk, if you would go over item C3 again.
Item C3 is to adopt a resolution consenting to the County of San Joaquin's establishment of the Lodi Winery Business Improvement District and inclusion of the City of Lodi's jurisdictional boundaries in the established LWBID. And we have Stuart Spencer, who's the Executive Director of the Lodi Wine Grape Commission, and Gina Reed, who's the Senior Project Manager at Civitas. They will be providing a PowerPoint presentation, and I will get us started. You're welcome. So it's already on.
All right.
I would just like to commend the Lodi City Council on having us 15 minutes into the start of the agenda. I think it'll make our community happy. Definitely much better than San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meetings we've had. So. We need to teach them some of your efficiency, I think, so.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Gina Reed. I'm a project manager at Civitas. I am a consultant that's been hired to assist in the formation of the Business Improvement District. So I'm going to start off by giving a little background on winery business improvement districts, and then hand it over to Stuart to talk about why Lodi is pursuing the district, talk about the Lodi district, the details, and then talk about the steps, sort of where we've been and where we have to go. So what is a winery bid? So a winery bid is a special assessment district that is initiated by the winery businesses in order to create a stable funding source where winery businesses essentially pull their funds together to pay for programs and activities that specifically benefit their businesses, with the district ultimately being approved by a city or a county. Next slide. So I know you guys are very familiar with this mechanism. You guys have a tourism district here in Lodi. This is the same concept, except for some changes, except with instead of the assessment on lodging, this is an assessment on the wineries. So wineries within a certain boundary pay an assessment. Here we're looking at a percentage of direct-to-consumer sales. Instead of the assessment being collected by the jurisdiction, here what we have found is the cities and counties really don't have a mechanism for collecting the assessment. With the hotels, you guys are already collecting the transient occupancy tax. So here we are looking towards HDL to collect the assessment. They already have a mechanism in place. They do compliance, they do audits, so HDL would be collecting the assessment on behalf of the businesses, with the funds then turned over to a nonprofit to spend the funds in accordance with a management district plan. Of course, everybody in the district would pay the assessment, so it creates a level playing field. These districts are very transparent in that you know how much is being raised, and the funds must be spent in accordance with that plan. So they have to be spent as directed in the plan. They're very reliable, and the assessment can be passed on to the customer, so it's not an out-of-pocket cost to the business. So up until 2 weeks ago, there were 4 winery bids in existence, but there is a 5th one now up in Santa Cruz Mountains. When you first form a district, the law allows a 5-year term. So actually, Temecula and Livermore are in the process of renewing their district, which is pretty exciting. So there hopefully will be 6 districts at the end of the month. I'll turn it over to Stuart.
All right, thank you, Gina. So why are we doing this? So back in 2022, coming out of the pandemic, our winery community undertook a strategic planning process to figure out how we wanted to move forward as a community. And there were several things that came out of that. One was the desire to market ourselves and promote our region as a destination for wine consumers. The second was to continue funding some of the events and things we've done. But the third and probably most important thing was we need to figure out a stable funding model to support these marketing activities. Up until this point and at that point, our winery promotions have been funded primarily through membership fees or a contribution structure, as well as profits from events like Lodi Wine and Chocolate. This has been taken and fallen under the umbrella of the Lodi Wine Grape Commission, which is funded by an assessment on the grape growers in Lodi. And that's been in place since 1991. And the growers of this community have spent millions promoting Lodi wine, the city of Lodi, and Lodi wineries, as well as the grapes coming from the area. But we needed, as a winery community, to create our own model that would be stable and continue to grow as our needs grew. Right now, our event revenues and membership fees are half of what they were 10 years ago. There are several reasons why this. One, it's hard to get people to raise membership dues on people. And two, we've restructured our events to better serve the marketing needs of our winery community. In addition, coming out of the pandemic, it's been very challenging to make events profitable. And so those were some of the reasons why we were looking at doing this. And so we put together a steering committee to look into this and determine if it was a feasible model. And that group concluded that it was the most equitable and efficient means of conducting winery promotions. I want to point out too, to this point and today, the grape growers are supporting the winery community's efforts, and it's grower dollars that are helping lift the winery community. The money that's coming in from the wineries is not sufficient to cover the activities that we are doing on their behalf. The growers have been very gladly done this. From the beginning of the formation of our organization back in '91, developing a wine community in Lodi has been a critical piece of our long-term vision and goals. Back in 1998, the Lodi Wine Grape Commission partnered with the city of Lodi to create Visit Lodi, recognizing that tourism was going to be a big piece of this community. In 2000, we opened the Wine and Visitor Center to drive wine tourism to this area. And around 2002, we created this winery group underneath that umbrella. And the number of wineries has grown significantly over the years. The number of people coming to the area has grown significantly. And Lodi wines are now being sold all across the world and across the country in the finest restaurants from New York to London. Please, next slide. So over the past 2 years, we've done extensive winery community outreach. When this slide was created, we'd held 9. I think we've held 12 public outreach meetings over the past 2 years. We've listened and made adjustments to the plan. This also has been discussed at every winery marketing committee meeting we've had for the past 2 years, and we had one this morning where we discussed it as well. These meetings are fully open to the public, and any member of our winery community is noticed on when these meetings are, and they're welcome to attend and contribute to the conversation. They are all noticed through our weekly emails that are distributed to over 500 people that are on our winery distribution list. All our meetings are posted. We fall under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, so they're posted 10 days in advance on our website. And so there's plenty of opportunity for people to understand what's going on here as we've been presenting this over and over again and trying to answer questions, hear the feedback, and make adjustments to our plan as we move forward. Next slide, please. So why are we doing this? I mean, as I first thing, we were trying to create a stable funding model. But secondly, and most importantly, is we are trying to grow our winery community and grow our customer base coming to the area. We want to leverage the dollars that the growers are putting in with additional winery marketing dollars, with additional dollars from Visit Lodi to move Lodi forward. We want everyone pulling in the same direction to broaden our customer base. We have a service right now that we use called Community Benchmark, which is benchmarking visitation and direct-to-consumer sales at our winery, and it's a direct feed from their point-of-sale systems. And we know that in 2024, 78% of our direct-to-consumer sales came from California. We know that of that 78%, 46% came from San Joaquin County, and the rest of it from the neighboring counties. We need to broaden that customer base if we want to grow as a community. We can't just rely on our local people to support us moving forward. We need to bring in people from further and farther and expand that base while we're continuing to reach out to our neighboring counties and grow the local business as well. We also know, and the wine industry has been challenged today and over the last couple of years like never before, but we know that we are stronger together than apart. We know that when Lodi does well, we all do well, and when Lodi struggles, we all struggle. And I think that extends to the broader community of Lodi and our local agricultural economies here. Is the wine grape industry is struggling right now. It's affecting all facets of our community. And so this is our effort to move this forward. And I want to be clear too, this was not something created by the Wine Grape Commission or myself. This was something that was created by a group of winery owners, some of which are in this room tonight, that wanted a better future for Lodi and want to invest in that future. The growers gladly support that effort, but it was not something created by the Wine Grape Commission. Next slide, please. There we go. So, am I handling this one? I guess I will. So we set the initial boundaries were set as the Lodi American Viticulture Area. We market wine by the name on the bottle, Lodi. That's a federally designated boundaries. And then the assessment rate was going to be set at 1.5% of the gross direct-to-consumer sales that take place within our wineries. And that is all sales subject to California sales tax. Anything that's subject to sales tax is subject to the assessment. And a winery must be what's called a type 02. It's an ABC, alcoholic beverage control classification. It's a type 02 is a winery that produces and bottles wine and then sells it to consumers. So the assessment is on every type 02 winery within the boundaries of that district. We have made the decision that we're gonna just keep those boundaries to San Joaquin County. And so it's just San Joaquin, the wineries within San Joaquin County, which includes the city of Lodi, and exclude the Sacramento County. We have about 9 wineries up there and only a few of them that really participate in any of the things that we do. And we didn't have a lot of support for this. And quite honestly, we felt it was going to be a challenge to provide them with the same level of services that we can provide the wineries that are based here and around the city of Lodi. This will bring in an estimated $575,000, and the core services are going to be marketing and brand awareness, business improvement through educational activities and programming for our winery community. And it'll also give us an opportunity to engage collectively with our winery community, with the county to make our winery owners better serve our collective interests as we move forward as a community. It's a 5-year initial program that would begin on January 1st, and it's going to be governed by a yet-to-be-formed nonprofit corporation, a 501c6 trade association, which will be comprised of winery owners. The initial board will be set by Civitas with the recommendations of our steering committee. It's going to comprise wineries, owners, and representatives of different sizes and different regions, and getting the right people at the table to help get this off the ground. And then after the first year, it rolls into elections every year where the paying member wineries have the opportunity to elect their representatives that would serve on this 9-member board. Next slide, please. I think this is you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll talk about the steps to formation and then the final steps. So I know Stuart mentioned sort of the extensive outreach, and that's probably where we've spent the majority of the last 2 years, is in that winery and local government outreach. From there, we drafted all of the necessary documents, the legal documents, and that management district plan. We worked with both the wineries as well as county staff to ensure that the management district plan looked good and that we had the support to move forward. From there, we worked, we needed a approval from the wineries via a petition. So what the law requires is that we get support from over 50% of the businesses based on how much they pay. So the legal requirement is over 50%, and I think we ended up about 70. And then if you take out actually the cities that we removed, we're well above that. So the getting over the petition threshold is what allowed us to initiate the hearings at the Board of Supervisors. So there are 3 stops at the Board of Supervisors, so that's sort of where we are, as well as the consent hearing tonight. So as far as the jurisdiction responsibilities, so San Joaquin County is the lead jurisdiction in the formation process, so that is where we go through those 3 hearings. Again, that petition threshold is what allowed us to initiate the proceedings, so we've gone through 2. We have one final one coming up in 2 weeks. Post-formation, the law requires that we submit an annual report, which I'm sure you guys, again, are aware with the Lodi Tourism District here. And then that to-be-formed nonprofit is also required to enter into a contract with the Board of Supervisors post-formation. As far as the consenting jurisdiction, you guys, that's why we're here tonight, to get consent in order to be included in the district. And then happy to provide that annual report to your city as well, in addition to the businesses. So again, here tonight to request consent. The final hearing at the Board of Supervisors is set for November 18th. As long as there is no majority protest by the businesses, again, weighted based on how much they pay, the board can adopt that final resolution. And then the district would start collections of that assessment on January 1st. And I think that concludes, our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Rather than answering questions, I think that I have some questions, and Mr. Spencer has been very helpful in responding to some of those. But I think that I would ask that we might have the public comment so that that could inform council, and then ask questions of Mr. Spencer and Ms. Reed and go from there. Is that acceptable?
I'm going to see if any other council members have questions on a
Sure.
presentation first.
Just real quick, I was curious, the 70% vote threshold, could you clarify who all was voting and then what was the turnout for the vote?
So all the just the businesses who are included in the district signed a petition. I think we had 30, almost 40 petitions out of.
Well, it's a petition process, so if you don't sign the petition, it's a non-vote. So there's not like a typical election where ballots are cast. We cast a big net because we pulled all the licenses from California ABC. So there were multiple listings in there. So it kind of overstated how many wineries we were in that master list.
Yeah. So it's not, it's by signing, you're just supporting it. It's not like a yes, no. By signing it, it means that you support. So again, it's weighted. So the weighted majority was about 70%.
It's passed by the county. Do you have to come to Lodi to ask for the consent?
That's what we're here for tonight.
I know, but is that a necessary factor? Because it's a county ordinance, we're under the county. That's my question.
Yes, the law says that we cannot include another jurisdiction without getting
That
consent,
means
even
you're
though
gonna
you're
have to
in
go
the
to
county.
Manteca, Tracy, and other cities also?
No, just the city of Lodi, just the wine.
Because we have members of this
Just within
association.
the boundaries that we had set for the district.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Nope, and I'll move back to council as
Yes.
well. I will now open the public comments. Do we have any comment cards?
I do, and I just would like to note before we start public comment, if you are here for item C3 and you would like to submit a public comment, you can fill out a public comment card. They're at the front and they're in the back as well. And then there will be an opportunity, if you don't want to fill out a card, you can speak after the speakers. The first public commenter I have is Robert Smerling.
Mr. Mayor, if I might ask, while I understand they don't have to identify, their address and all that, it would be helpful to me as a council member to know if you are within the boundary of Lodi or outside the boundary of Lodi. So is that fair? So I would request that.
And if you are in fact a winery owner.
Okay. It's at times like this, I wish I had notes in front of me. My name is Robert Smerling. I own Cabana Winery. I'm in the city of Lodi on Beckman Road. We're an urban winery. I take a very little bit of a different perspective on why this is so important, but I'm 100% behind the bids. Right now, we have a unique opportunity. With business being so bad, we can make history. Anytime you have a crisis like this in the wine industry, the best spending of dollars would be for marketing. And every dollar spent now is worth tenfold versus when things are good, as the expression goes, all boats rise when the tide comes in. So it is now when we need to spend the money. And we're hurting. And this is the most efficient and best way for us to raise money. This is a fair way. All wineries will contribute the same percentage and will help us change the course of history. And we've got to make a move. And the worst part is if it's rejected, these other regions who have started their bids will gain momentum. And so now is the time for us to take this opportunity and advance Lodi. And it not only advances the wine industry, it's going to advance so many other businesses because we're going to bring people in. Listen, all of the details on how the money's being spent have not been worked out. I say that fairly, and I'm looking forward to those battles. And I'm hoping I have an opportunity to add some things to that. But this is the time. You must take that into consideration, that the only way to get us out of the situation we're in now, which is really bad, not only for the wineries, but the grape growers, is to take advantage of this and spend the money appropriately. And the only way we can spend the money is if you approve the bids process. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments.
Question?
Mr. Smalley,
Mr.
Councilman has a question.
Mr. Smerling, did you own a winery in Amador?
Yes.
You're the same person, huh?
Alan, we know each other, and you helped me when you were mayor, I think, when I came down. So I owned Renwood Winery. I've been a winemaker for 37 years. Before that, I was an investment banker, so I have a little bit of knowledge of taking advantage of opportunities. And opportunities only occur when there's crisis. But I owned Renwood, and I sold that to Rombauer. And after I got out of the wine business, I missed it and started to look around, and I chose Lodi. I think that the opportunity was amazing. I came down during COVID. And again, most people would say, not a good time to start a business. For me, maybe I'm lucky or I make the mistakes, but I'm going to keep making those mistakes because our business boomed. And we took that opportunity. And again, here's another opportunity for us to take advantage by raising money and spending it now, because the dollars that we spend on marketing will help advance Lodi. And the magnitude of it, you can't spend money better than you can do it now, because nobody else is really doing it. So we've got to take advantage of that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, any other
Thank you.
questions I can answer? Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
time.
All right, next comment card.
The next comment card I have is from Stephen Carson.
Hello, I'm Steve Carson. I'm the owner of Drava Wines, which is one of the other city wineries that's on East Turner Road right at the very end. I am also very much in support of the BID. This is a challenging time. We have the support of various downtown business associations and the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. There's a lot of very creative and intelligent business leaders in this community, in the wine community, who will be putting a lot of effort and time into this. And I've seen many of the other marketing activities and events and all things revolving around the wine industry. And I think that given the opportunity, there'll be some really good results, some good discussions. The wine industry has been very good to Lodi. I started back in the late 90s when there were 7 wineries with tasting rooms. And this industry elevates many other industries, generates quite a bit of tax revenue, and it's very good for the image of our city. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for those comments. And do we have our next comment card?
The next comment card I have is from Aaron Taylor.
Hello, thanks for having us. Erin Taylor. My husband and I own Riaza Wines and Side Hustle Brew Company here in Lodi in the city limits. I also work for Pepsi, hence my shirt. So sorry, I'm representing a different beverage on that, but I do strategy and global transformation for PepsiCo. So I'm here really just to share a bit of a different perspective. I agree that we absolutely are in a tough time. And I think that as a winery, we've operated many years in tough times. You don't choose to get into this business to make money. Everyone knows that. You lose money in this business sometimes, but you love it. And it's a passion that I think a lot of the people in this industry would agree with and say that we live through this because it is a passion. We have some amazing members and community that support our businesses. And the reason that we are not in favor of this proposal is not because we want to hurt Lodi or not give Lodi more marketing dollars. It's really because we feel like it's very tone deaf, considering the economic situation that many of our consumers are in today. We think the notion of attracting more people to Lodi by making Lodi more expensive is a mess. We've been all for promoting this region as an affordable, authentic, approachable wine destination, and we've been banging that drum for 15 years. But doing that while making this destination more expensive feels off, doesn't feel like the right approach from our standpoint, particularly in light of the current economic conditions. And I think that is a big piece of where we're seeing some of our consumers not purchasing as frequently, not as often. And I think that's both for locals as well as for folks that are coming in from out of town. 2, charging consumers more now when they're struggling with higher prices, it looks bad. You know, inflation has a real thing. It's up 3% year over year. And we really do feel like that's not a thing that our consumers are able to bear in their wallet. And a 1.5% matters. Every time there's a tax discussion, I think people very much notice even a 0.25% tax increase is something that hits the consumers. And we do not agree that this is the right time at all to do that, based on kind of where we're sitting today in the environment we're in. And then the last thing I would say is charging consumers for things that are not wine. So for instance, beer. We sell beer. It's now 80% of what we do. Because we have a type 2, we would have to pay this tax to promote the wine industry on every beer that we sell to a consumer. We feel like that's not the right approach. And again, if there was an adaptation made so that this tax is on wine and wine-related purchases, that seems to be a lot more logical. And at least the money being spent is then benefiting the region and benefiting other wineries in the region rather than it being spent against other items. I would also mention that we do represent several other wineries that weren't able to be here tonight, but also feel this way because their event revenue is a big piece of their business, and they are very concerned they will not be able to be competitive when you add a 1.5 of tax on top of the event venue costs that they're making today. So it really is a business-related issue for them. We don't do a lot of that, so again, I'm speaking on behalf of a few other wineries that I'm very aware of that are literally trying to figure out ways to create a different business so they don't have to have these taxes laid on. That's how concerned they are. That is not an inexpensive proposition, but they're willing to do it because they feel like this will be a deterrent for their businesses. So with that, I would just say I appreciate you listening to us and kind of hearing what we have to say. Lisa, I appreciated you reaching out and asking for the opinions of the wineries here in Lodi in the city limits, because it was the first time we've really had someone reach out and say, yes, we care what you think. Please tell us what you think. Thank you so much. And, if you have any other questions, happy to answer those as well.
Thank you for those comments.
I do have a follow-up because I want to understand it. I have a copy of your letter, and so you've indicated you are a type 02 with your wine grower's license, but you are also a type 23 small beer manufacturing. So for purposes of this assessment, is it your understanding that your type 23 will also be assessed?
Correct. So our understanding of what we've read through the LWBID several times, is that anything sold on our premises would be subject to this assessment. And if that's incorrect, I would be thrilled to hear that. But as of today, that's my understanding. Maybe they can clarify if I'm incorrect.
Stuart, could we have that clarification if that's correct?
Did you want me to?
I think it depends on how the business files its sales taxes. If you are a type 02 winery operating business and you are selling other stuff that is subject to sales tax under that business, then it is taxable. If you have two completely separate business entities operating that are filing separate sales taxes and selling different services, my understanding of those would be treated differently. One point I want to clarify also on events. Out in the county, it is the county winery ordinance that allows you to do events out in ag zone land. And this was designed this way so we didn't create event centers out in agricultural land. And so it is appropriate for those events to be included in part of this. The other thing I'll also point out too is that if you create carve-outs for certain activities, then it allows people to adjust their numbers, and it doesn't allow us to audit that to make sure they're paying appropriately.
Any further questions from council?
Not at this point. I have some
I think
later.
that suffices. Thank you very much. And I will note to the crowd, they will be the only individuals I invite up twice, just because they're considered presenters. Every other individual just once, in the sense of keeping an organized meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to clarify, though, they are not city staff, so it's not a staff presentation that's going back and forth, so it is an outside perspective that's being shared with council, so the back and forth should be controlled in terms of managing the meeting operations.
Next comment card, please.
The last comment card I have for item, I'm sorry, that says G3, not C3. So that's all the comment cards I have for C3.
Okay. If we have any other individuals that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium. And if you do see somebody already at the podium, please just grab a seat right up front if you'd like to speak thereafter.
Hi, my name is Catherine Karate, and I'm a resident of Lodi. And I've been rather perplexed by this whole BID situation, charging 1.5% to customers, of which I am one in the wine industry. And what bothers me is this whole program seems to look like a piece of Swiss cheese to me. Number one,
I'm so sorry to, my apologies, but
Resetting the timer.
yes, and it's not resetting. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Okay.
Good to go.
Okay. One of the questions that I would have is that why, when they talked about these petitions that were signed, I know for a fact of a winery that signed that petition and they weren't even aware of what they were signing, and they had an issue with that. So that's a concern. Number two, the 1.5% being applied to a venue is wrong, because the Wine Commission doesn't do anything to promote the wine venue. They have a right, if they want to charge 1.5% on a bottle of wine, that's fine, but not on a venue. So if I'm having a $10,000 affair at a winery, I don't want to pay 1.5%, because the Lodi Wine Commission isn't doing anything to help promote a venue. And if they see this thing through, then why aren't bulk wine sales being included in this? Because it's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that wineries like Oak Farm and so forth that sell to Costco, they're not a part, and they will be able to opt out, or they are opted out and not included in this program. I see that as a problem, because if you're going to apply it to one, then the good old boy network doesn't need to be at work to omit bulk wines. I'd like to know, with this cash flow that the Lodi Wine Commission is forecasting, I'd like to know who's going to audit that. I'd like to know where the money is going besides just marketing. I understand marketing is very important to our city and bringing tourism here, but you have a lot of competition now, which is why they're yanking out thousands of acres of grapevines, because times change. I don't care how much marketing you do. I was the marketing manager for a major telecommunications company, and I had the state of California government account, and I can tell you that my marketing dollars were not as important as the relationships that I built with my customers. So I think this is wrong. I don't support it. And I'm hoping that more investigative work will be put into this. There's data that appears to be missing, and that's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up to the podium.
Jeremy Tredvik, Jeremy Wine Company, downtown. We've also got a small winery out in Lockford. We've been downtown now for, 15 years, something like that. I've worked on this bid committee. We've gone through many public meetings with our peers. Nobody likes a new tax. Like, nobody wants to add new fees to customers. It's not a fun thing to look at, but we are in a spot of time where we have a huge opportunity as a region to continue to reach out beyond our borders. And if we circle back and do nothing now, we fall back to just having the little bit of growth that we've come to. And over the last 20 years, I would often go to Stewart. And before having the winery, I had a design studio working on all the winery packaging. And I would say, like, man, this region isn't growing. We're not going anywhere. I should just pick up and pull out of here because there's just nothing going on in Lodi. I should put my energy somewhere else. And he'd say, Jeremy, slow down, take a look back. Look back 10 years, look back 15 years, look back 30 years at this region and see what has changed in this area. Wine is not the only thing of our region, but it's a notable, proud part of our culture that when we go outside of this area, it's something you can proudly say, that is part of where I call home. I've invested my time, my energy. I think it's important to support this. I think it's important. The committee that's worked on this is very well structured. It's very open. There are no closed books. There's no conspiracies. It's very well documented. I urge you guys to support it, please.
Thank you. Do we have,
Dan Pinella, Oak Farm Vineyards. So since I got brought up earlier, we absolutely do have to pay this, just so everybody knows. It does not account for the stuff that's out in the wholesale market, which is about 30% of our business, but the 70% that is run through our tasting room and our events are subject to this. I've been on the steering committee as well. We're essentially for it for all the reasons stated, but the one thing that I would also bring up is if we don't do this, it's virtually impossible that the Wine Grape Commission, as it stands, will continue. And so if not this, then what? If somebody's got a better idea, I'd love to hear it, but we've talked about this for 2 years straight, and this is the best thing everybody's come up with. And I understand, we do events too, and it will add, if someone's gonna spend $1,000 on an event, it's gonna add 1.5% to that. And you know, if they buy $100 worth of wine, it's gonna cost them $1.50 extra. I get all that. We also now have food experience as well. It's gonna add a cost to their food. I'm well aware of this. Is it the most, ideal thing in the world? No, but I think it's very important because the whole reason that we even are able to do the things we do, the events we're able to do, is because of the winery ordinance. And so therefore, being able to help, I don't want to pull the ladder out from behind us, as we had all this help from the Wine Grape Commission when we started in 2010. And then for us to just be like, oh, cool, I'm glad you guys gave us all that help, but we're going to take off now and not give back. It doesn't seem right. And so I want to see, I know there's a lot of potential in this community, and I can see it thrive. And so I also urge you guys to really understand how many of us are in favor of it and why. So yeah, that's it for me.
thank you for your comments. Do we have any other individuals in the room that would like to speak?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wes Ray, President and CEO of Visit Lodi. As you are aware, and as Stuart alluded to, we are funded by the same mechanism, the Tourism Business Improvement District. Ours has been in place over 25 years, and at that time, Lodi really was leading the charge, as a lot of destinations weren't really catching on to the Improvement District wave. And now, here we are 25 years later, and there's probably 15 tourism business improvement districts. So at one time, it gave us the extra push and the extra funding to be more competitive. And now we have 115 of these districts around California that we're now competing against, and we're losing market share here. So we're supportive of this because we realize that we don't have enough funding to grow Lodi's piece of the pie. Visitors spent $277 million in Lodi in 2024. Nearly half of that was in a winery and off-premise food and beverage. It's an important industry, but it has a huge impact on all industries. We're funded by lodging only, but we promote everybody because we understand that it's all, it's all going to trickle down. Our visitors dine out, they shop, they rent, not only rent hotels, but our short-term rentals, and it also creates jobs in our community. But we have to be competitive. California is a ridiculously competitive market. Consumers have a massive amount of choice here, and we have to figure out how we elevate Lodi now because we have the product here. We should be probably more popular than we are, and I'd like to see that elevated even more, but we can't do it. We're underfunded at Visit Lodi. So until we go through our renewal in our district, which is not until the end of the decade, these sort of funding mechanisms are going to help us be more competitive in the marketplace.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? Again, if you do want to speak, I'd ask that you move to the front. That way I can tell you'd like to do so.
Hi, my name is Kyle Lerner. I'm president of Harney Lane Vineyards. I am outside of the city, but we have been a part of this community as a family for this year, celebrating 125 years. agriculture has been the heartbeat of this community, and as we see this change, the way we approach agriculture also has to change. We're going from growing a commodity to growing an experience. How we employ people in the future, how we provide income and revenue for other businesses in this area, we're the vehicle that drives a lot of the tourism traffic that comes into our area. If we're not telling people who we are and where we are and why we should be here as a region, everyone else is going to. I'm one of 6,000 wineries in California. And there's a tremendous amount of competition within California, but also within the country to get tourism dollars into our area. We have a great opportunity to move forward. I was also sitting on the steering committee. This was the most equitable solution we could find for a winery, whether they were a 1,000-case winery, a 500-case winery, or a 10 million-case winery. The contribution was equitable amongst it, and it's, as a committee, unanimously, this is what we concluded as far as the best way to approach raising revenue to drive the awareness of Lodi. We have a great opportunity with the Visit Lodi, with the Chamber, and with the city to actually come together and drive this region forward as a great destination for the future. So I urge you guys to support this and allow the county to move forward with it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob Woodworth with Michael David Winery. I am not the owner, but I am representing the Phillips family as direct-to-consumer manager. We also have a business downtown, Cellar Door. We are at a point, as many other wineries, that we are hurting. We are not in a great place. Things aren't looking good. There's been 5 other now appellations that are forming these districts that are now competing with what we're hoping to compete with. And without this, I don't think we really stand a chance to bring in new people. Over the years, there's been more and more wineries coming up in Lodi, and we're all competing now for the same business. And we're looking to bring in more people from other areas. And this, I think, is our best bet. And I urge you guys to support this as well. So thank you.
Any other individuals in the audience that would like to make comments? Seeing none, I will move to council if you have any other further questions or comments.
I do, if you don't mind starting out. I appreciate everybody coming today because I go to Grape Day every year. I've gone for the last 3 years. I hear what everybody is saying about the market. I hear what you say. I hear our disadvantages. We have our fingers crossed that we are getting to a point where we're going to stabilize and hopefully the downward trend isn't going to continue and that we're going to continue to see vineyards pulled out. But I have a family who grows grapes. They're not wineries, but they are grape growers. They're farmers. So I very much appreciate where we are from the grape grower side on this as well. But I also have a lot of friends, colleagues, constituents who are winemakers. So I did take the time to contact every winery and ask for an opportunity to meet with them. And I did my little calculations. Stuart, would you mind coming up and I could ask a few specific questions so I can just clarify a few things? We are the city of Lodi, so I really am looking at this from the, what have we got, the 13 or so wineries in the city. I have a question on 3 because I know where there's support and there's not support. So just a question on petition signing, okay. Lodi Crush, Mackenzie Vineyards, and Weibel, Rack and Riddle. I'm not quite sure where that is exactly now, but those 3, I don't know if they signed the petition or didn't sign the petition. Do you know offhand?
Lodi Crush did, that's
Okay.
Gerardo, and I believe Mackenzie did.
Okay.
Weibel was purchased by Rack and Riddle a couple of years ago, and they closed their direct-to-consumer sales, so they're just a production facility at the end of Turner Road.
Okay. Okay, so that helps me with my support, non-support calculations, and I'll go to that in a minute. Just a couple of follow-ups to questions. Can you tell me why wholesale doesn't count Is it just this?
The law doesn't allow it.
Okay, that answers that. And I got the petition notice signed. I am kind of interested, and hopefully Riaza will figure this out or address it, but the difference between having the brewery manufacturing and the type 2 for the wine, maybe that is something that if they track those separately, then that may not apply. I don't know for a fact, and I don't know if you know that for a fact either. Okay, so I would say that that's something that isn't factoring in other than that winery slash brewery at this point. So I'm hoping they can figure out how that might work. You did answer the series of questions, and I wanted to be clear on it because I wasn't clear why the Lodi Wine and Visitor Center or why Woodbridge Uncorked were not included in the assessment. And your point was they don't meet the definition of an assessed business because they don't have a California ABC Type 02 license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that is the indicator, and if you don't have that,
And if we had that, if we were to include businesses of that type, you'd have to include every establishment that serves wine within the city
that
limits.
serves wine.
Yeah.
And that, but it doesn't count liquor stores, for example.
That would depend, you start opening up that Pandora's box, I'm not sure who gets included.
Yeah, okay, so I think those are just questions out there when I was talking to the wineries that they weren't sure about, and hence why I put that out there. And I appreciate the fact we're now just focusing on the San Joaquin County, so that clarified resolution language, which I've actually asked be included in our resolution tonight. And I think I had, one of the questions was, and you answered it just fine, I just want to clarify it for the purposes of the people here, that because the bid, the Lodi Wine bid is an assessment and will be a separate line item on the receipt, that in essence, it is put on and then sales tax is calculated after that. So the assessment will have sales tax applied to it as well.
That is correct.
Okay, all right.
That is an interpretation by the state of California.
And I was going to say, that's nothing we can do anything about, it's in state law, okay? But I just want people to be aware of, we're taxing, it may be an assessment, but taxing a tax is how it comes across to the visitor. So it is what it is, it's state law, we can't change state law from, at least as council, it would be nice, but we can't. So I think the biggest comments I received back was back to the clarification of the organizational structure of the LW bid. And that is something that I think I will, based on the comments I heard, make some recommendations. All we can do is make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, who will be the final determinant on this. But that's something I wanted to address, and I will in my last comment here. And I think you have stated a number of times, and I want to be clear, the Wine Grape Commission is here. The Lodi Wine bid is here. It is up to the wine bid to determine if they're going to contract with the Wine Grape Commission for staffing, for support, for the wine bid. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's going to be a separate board that can contract with the Lodi Wine Grape Commission for management services, marketing services, and all that go with that.
Okay, so they have not made that decision yet, back to the comments that were made about their details need to be worked out.
That is
once that's
the preference of the steering committee,
Okay.
because it's going to be more efficient use of dollars and make sure the messaging is all aligned correctly.
Yeah, no, I
But the
understand.
new formed board will have that determination.
Okay, all right. And then I think one of the concerns that was expressed, and unfortunately, he's not here tonight, was on the instance of, for example, Dancing Fox being a restaurant with a winery tied to it. And so the comment was made to me that that is of the greatest concern, that their restaurant's going to be experiencing the additional assessment for their customers. And I get the idea that you market it, people come, you're going to get more business, your restaurant's going to benefit, just like the hotels will benefit, like Mr. Ray was saying, everybody's going to benefit, all boats will rise, hopefully, with bringing more people in here. But again, that was a significant concern to him. I do appreciate the City of Lodi being provided a annual report along with the Board of Supervisors, particularly since we are the only other jurisdiction that is, has a vote on this. So lastly, what I'm going to contribute here is what I think, I have the concerns about the brewery being assessed, and I have the concern about Dancing Fox being assessed. I also realize Oak Farm and Michael David will be assessed for their food services, so it's written in, but it's just two concerns that were expressed to me. I think the organizational structure, I'd like to, in essence, give direction to the Board of Supervisors to basically play a role in determining the composition of that body. According to the Business Improvement District plan, that body is to be designed, created, and governed by those who will pay the assessment. So that would be 9 members, as I understand it, who will pay the assessment. You currently have tiers, small, medium, large, however it's divided under the voluntary contribution. So it would seem there needs to be a formula in place to make sure it's small, medium, large, whatever is represented on there in some way. And that, of course, we'd want to see one winery at least represented that's in our Lodi city limits, because then we would feel that we're here for a reason to support them. And it's done a very good job of outlining, that is the marketing plan, or the management plan of how they'll determine some success. Everything from increased winery sales revenue to increased in-person visitation to increased demand for Lodi wine. These are all the things you're hoping to accomplish with this, and I get that. I think that what I would be interested in seeing in that plan that is further developed for marketing, education, advocacy, is some type of key performance indicators. What are the measurements of success you're going to end up presenting? And so that body, when it comes together, should be designing those so that those who are participating in this will see, the results of what the assessment's providing. So those are kind of my recommendations to support the Board of Supervisors coming up with a stronger organizational structure. I appreciate Mr. Ding being here tonight, because the supervisor, this is all on you. This is your district. And that I think that representation of Visit Lodi is essential, but I would also say the Chamber of Commerce here, who also does promotion, and the Wine Grape Commission. But my understanding would be they could serve an ex officio role, because those 9 members are supposed to be the payors of the bid, as I read this plan. So that's kind of some of the recommendations that I would like to offer, just because I think that is a way to address some of the concerns that were expressed to me by some of the wineries. So that's all.
Do you have any other council comments? Doctor?
Civil questions. I learned that 13 wineries in Lodi. Thank you, Lisa. 13 out of how many wineries do you have in the association?
We have about 60 that are voluntarily contributing to our efforts.
The other thing, Supervisor Ding, could take 1 minute. You're a no taxer, right? You don't tax. You hate tax. I hate taxes, right? And people come here and, yes, I want to know your rationale for that, okay? And what was the vote of the supervisors?
I'm sure.
Good night. Supervisor Steve Ding, 1111 Pine Street, Lodi. Thank your mayor, vice mayor, council members, city manager. We are Lodi. The rationale before the Board of Supervisors in supporting this, I'm sure a lot of you know that the media is not always kind to us here. I hate calling it a wine tax. To me, you have the cigarette tax. It's to make people stop smoking. You have gas tax at 50 cents a gallon. It's supposed to be going to roads. We know that's not happening, but that's what it's supposed to be. This is a visitor's tax fee, recreational fee, whatever you call it, to promote the region of Lodi. And it's not just wineries, it's restaurants, it's wineries, and hotels and everything. Right now, I don't know how many of us travel outside of the 209, but when you check into a hotel, they all have a 10% a fee on the tab. Nobody really thinks anything about it. This is a chance for us to tell our story. We don't want, the $2 check, 2-bottle local visitor is great, but what we really want to do is we want to incentivize people to come to our region and spend a couple of days with us, 2-3 days in doing that. This is a marketing fee that is being paid by visitors that come here. They drive down our streets. We clean up after them. We host them with a smile. We don't make them make a reservation. We take very good care of them. And for that, what we're putting this fee on is so that we can let other guests know outside of the 209 what they're missing here. And this is a great opportunity. I can tell you as a restaurant owner, that credit card charge that everybody now, if you pay cash, it's this amount, and credit card's 3%. And 7 years, I think I've had 2 people ask me about it. I don't really see that as a problem. For those that talked about the events, again, in the county, you're supposed to have wineries in the county. And some people are doing events. And if it was my way, which, by the way, I'm working on, I think there ought to be more events than there are now. But right now, under the wine ordinance, you're a winery and you're limited to the amount of events you're supposed to have. And so for those that are included in that, one of the council members mentioned that, or maybe you did. The way you participate in selling wine and hosting this event is because you are part of the wine industry as recognized by the county out there. So, and that is regulated. So to your question, Dr. Nakanishi, this is a marketing fee, very similar to what the hotels charge. And it's to promote us as a region, because it would really be nice as us as a region. We have a lot to be proud of, and it would be nice if we could get out there and market it and tell our story rather than having the press tell it for us. And I think those individuals that are helping collect the fees, the wineries, et cetera, should be very proud, because it's not about their winery. It's about the region, and you're stepping up. There are givers and there are takers. And the wineries that are stepping up, those are the givers. And I just want to say thank you. The vote was 5-0 from the board to follow through. The work had been done. I have the same concerns that the council member Craig. I can't get the other one. I'm still.
That's okay, just say
Councilmember
Craig, know me that way.
Part of being a small community is, we still checks and balances, and people are concerned about who's making the decisions. The primary thing you have to understand is we don't know where the marketing dollars are going to be spent yet, because the board hasn't been created. That's not up for us to decide. That's for you as an industry to decide, along with some very capable hands. I mean, we are very blessed to have Mr. Ray join us from Stockton. He turned Stockton, by looking at his advertising at Stockton, if I was in New York, I would have flown to Stockton. I mean, he made it, this grand, we need to do the same thing here in Lodi. Stuart, you worked your butt off, and I appreciate it. He needs to step aside now after this is all created and get some rest. And we need to step up to the plate. We need to do something. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any
Sorry,
other council comments?
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear, because I'm going to offer.
Law and order starts in 10 minutes.
Yeah. You guys can all be exasperated, but then this is what I do. So you're all should be used to it by now. So in terms of the means of governance, is that something that the Board of Supervisors, if we made recommendations to look at the means of governance to be representative of the breadth of the industry, small, medium, large, is that something that the Board of Supervisors would entertain, along with, basically the makeup of the body?
I will speak for myself, not the rest of the board, but I We wear the same, yes, we are the governing body, but as far as how it's organized, we can urge, we can help, and we can do everything we can to say, I think this is how we have a cohesive community marketing program, and this is what benefits Lodi, and I think everybody's there. There's nothing we can write in to the county ordinances. In fact, the way I understand it, where's my attorney? You? I don't have to pay you, he's paying you, so. Whatever vote is, we're not changing anything from the resolution before the county. This is just a consent item, correct? Today, yeah. So it would be at the urging of myself, and I have a strange feeling that the rest of the Board of Supervisors will follow my lead on this, and the Lodi City Council, that yes, we want to put a cohesive group together, and we want, a representation. I would strongly urge that a member of that board from the city of Lodi be on it as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other council comments or questions?
I'll just say we're going through a very similar process for downtown property owners. It's hard to get 100% of the vote for anything in life. Ultimately, I think this is something that's necessary, and so I've supported it. I've asked Stuart a bunch of questions prior to this, and feel that this is a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and my colleague already asked many of the questions that I had before, so thank you for doing that. So, yeah, thank you.
I do appreciate everybody being here tonight and their comments. I do have some friends on the other side of this. Learned a few things in this conversation too. One of the issues that I still do have is in the city limits, of course. It has to do with the beer sales, food sales, again, with certain restaurants. Great example was the one that Lisa brought up in downtown Lodi. And again, if there are any exceptions that can be made for those types of business, that would be appreciated. I do understand and appreciate the piece on why the ones in the county limits are being assessed as such. That makes sense as far as being part of the exemption because of wine in the first place. So thank you for piecing that together. Ultimately, I don't think any additional fee is a good thing. But what I can tell you is that I think you guys have all worked very hard to get here. And I think that it will add to Lodi's marketing, which is a great thing. And it's something that we're going to need now and in the future. I think we have a very long ways to go with that. We have 115 wineries is what I heard, and Napa is at about 500 wineries. And again, I think Lodi can outwork Napa and other communities. And I hope to continue that. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not a fan of additional fees, but I can't stop this either in the sense of what you've built up. I think that's the worst thing that we can do on this council. So I will take a motion for approval.
So moved.
I'd like to, if I might offer some language, because the resolution, if you read the resolution, there's some information that Stuart presented tonight that can be modified. The whereas clause representing the wineries included is now just Lodi. So I would request that, I think it's whereas clause number 3, whereas presented to Lodi City Council, the proposed LW bid includes all wineries existing and in the future located within the boundaries of San Joaquin County in the city of Lodi, because that's all we're looking at right now, correct? So, okay, so I'd suggest we modify the resolution to read accurately that information, and this is Lodi's resolution, so.
Councilmember Hothe, do you want to repeal yours and have Lisa make the motion?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, you can second it, okay. And then secondly, back to my discussion about, we do have the ability to make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. So I'm just going to put in there a final whereas clause, whereas the Lodi City Council recommends the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors addressing the means of governments as approved or as discussed by the council. You can choose to do with it what you want, but I want it stated there that on behalf of those that I've heard from, I do want attention paid to that issue, so.
And I appreciate your suggestion.
Okay,
Can you restate that?
So whereas the Lodi City Council recommends to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors addressing the means of governance as discussed by the council or approved by the council via this resolution, however we should state it. So
So you're talking about the governance structure of the different
Yes,
size of the wineries?
the governance structure of the actual wine bid itself, because of the fact, the makeup, yes, what we're talking about, who's represented on it, a City of Lodi winery included in it, representation being the payors on that body. So that's what I understand and just want to underscore.
Yeah, and that's reflected currently in your anticipated governance structure, Stuart? Yeah, okay. That sounds good.
Okay, so those are the two.
Go ahead and recap that one more time and then make the motion.
Okay, to adopt the resolution with the following changes. Whereas clause number 3 be replaced with whereas presented to the Lodi City Council, proposed LW bid includes all wineries existing and in the future located within the boundaries of San Joaquin County and the City of Lodi. And then a added whereas clause at the conclusion that would say, whereas the Lodi City Council recommends to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors addressing the means of governments as discussed and approved by the City Council.
Second.
All in favor? And it does pass. All right, thank you to everybody here tonight for this issue, no matter what side you were on. So we will now be moving on to non-agendized topics. Do we have any comment cards? Yep, just have them ready. How many do we have?
I did. You know, some of them didn't get back to me, some of them called me, some of them met with me, and I got no wine out of the deal. I want you to know, no wine with it.
All right. Mayor, I do have 2 comment cards
All right.
for non-agenda or public comment on non-agenda items. And the first comment card I have is from Paul Schultz.
Hello, Mayor, hello, City Council members. My name is Paul Schultz. I'm here in regards to what is currently a 2-way stop, but a request for a 4-way stop at Crescent and Oak Street. I'm here with a group of neighbors tonight from that community around that intersection. I actually live on that intersection. And Kim Combs, one of the residents of that area, she drew up a letter that I think is only fair that I read, and then I'll talk about some other issues personally myself. My name's Paul Schultz. Myself and several of my neighbors are here tonight to request a 4-way stop at the intersection of South Crescent and West Oak Street in our neighborhood. You should have all received by email last week our letter and signatures for those in our neighborhood and others that frequent our neighborhood supporting this request. We have had several accidents, near misses, car horn blastings, yelling, and road rage due to speeding and confusion on who is supposed to stop or not stop at this intersection. The speed trailer and traffic counters have been in place over the last month, but they do not record the number of pedestrians that use this intersection to walk for exercise, their dogs, their children, or high schoolers getting to school. It can be especially difficult to cross South Crescent Avenue at West Oak Street due to the lack of ADA compliant curbs. By the time a parent with a stroller or elderly person had maneuvered off the curb to cross the street, a speeding car is coming from the stop sign at Pine Street going south or the stop sign from Walnut going north, making crossing South Crescent very dangerous. Most of us here tonight have lived in this neighborhood for 25 plus years. We've seen this intersection become increasingly dangerous and strongly request a 4-way stop to make our neighborhood safer. Thank you for your time and listening to our request. That was Kim Combs, who wrote that letter. Like I said, I only felt it was fair to read that. From personal experience, I actually live on the corner of Oak and Crescent, and I've been a resident. I'm 56 years old. I've lived there since I was 8 in the neighborhood. My parents, we rented the place after my grandmother died in like 2008, and then I purchased it in 2017 and have been there for 8 years. in that time, the danger at that intersection has increased exponentially. And over the last 2 years, I've met a lot of the neighbors that I'm here with tonight, and we've had a lot of conversations about it. We meet at the Combs' house at the first of every month and kind of discuss what's going on in our neighborhood. Lisa was kind enough to come out on National Night Out and discuss our concerns in regards to this, and we just discussed it in depth. For the last year, it's really gotten pretty intense at this intersection. I've re-landscaped my whole front of my yard from the ground up, grass, everything. And weekly, daily, when I'm out there, I'll have my head down doing stuff, and I'll hear horns just blasting or cars getting almost this close from hitting one another. And I'm startled, and I, raise my head, and it's, someone's about, to get in a serious accident. And I think it would be beneficial for the city if a four-way stop was actually put in there, because someone's going to get severely injured or worse at this intersection. And with the trailer that got put out there, the cables, they did good while they were out there. But as soon as they get pulled away, people are speeding from Pine Street down to Walnut, Walnut down to Pine, and they don't even care. People on Oak Street are coming, and they are blowing right through Oak Street at that two-way stop, and they don't even look. And like I say, when I raise my head up, these cars are they're almost hitting each other. So if we had a four-way stop there, it would kind of, I think, offset. People are going to know now coming down Crescent that, hey, we got to stop at Oak Street now. And it's going to offset that four-way stop to where they're actually stopping, and maybe the ones that are not paying attention on Oak and are going through, it'll offset the actual collision. But it'll also just slow them down for pedestrians that are coming through there. We have a lot of elderly people and young couples with strollers and children that come through there. And sometimes it's really not safe to get across that street because people are just flying that fast. And so we just want to put in a very serious request for a potential stop sign at that, four-way stop at that intersection. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for those comments. If you would leave your contact information with our city clerk, that is the district I represent. I was trying to look through my phone to look for your email in the past, kind of while I was on that. If you would, I'd love to get together.
Ms. Combs sent it off last Wednesday.
Yeah.
We have a signature of about 97 people. They went through the neighborhood, had people sign in regards to this to present to you guys and with Lisa here and stuff. So we just wanted to actually come down here. I understand, I talked with the gal that was putting down the cables on the road, and she said that they got to take the readings from the trailer, the cables, and then they got to see if there's been any accidents in the last 3 years. There's a state mandated requirement that has to be met. And then if they approve it, it comes to you guys, and then you guys make final decision on it and stuff. But we wanted to do our due diligence and come down here and talk to you if it's on any of your radar, to put it on your radar. And then you can kind of piggyback that off with what's been set in and what the findings are, and hopefully you'll approve it.
Yep, absolutely. Again, would love to connect if you could give Olivia your contact information.
Yes, he already has.
If I could offer a suggestion, I just went through this for a stop sign in front of Tokay High School. I see our senior traffic engineers there. I don't know if this has been added to our list to review it for assessment. It sounds like it warrants it. I would support that. So if we could do that, that would be great.
I appreciate that, because it is 97 signatures, and the conversations that we've had, as well as your request for some type of traffic study, it seems like some of this is underway. I am concerned about the pedestrian issues as well, not just the traffic count.
Yes, that's a big concern.
Because it is a well-used crossing in that area. I've been around there lately, and frankly, the other day, I had to consciously think about, oh, there's a stop sign right there. So I understand what you're saying. So I don't think it would have been brought up when we had National Night Out if it wasn't a major concern. So I would hope our city manager that we move forward with the traffic study and come to some resolution that provides greater safety in that intersection.
I have a question for you. And I want to just see if I'm clear on it. From what the gal was saying, as far as if it meets the state requirements and all that, it has to meet those requirements with the state, and they have to approve it before it even becomes anything with you guys, right?
For the most part, yes. And I will have to unfortunately cut off the conversation. Not supposed to have too much back and forth here, but if we can have our traffic engineer take a crack at it and give as much
Yes,
information.
this is Dorothy Kim with Traffic Public Works. So yeah, we do receive the concern, and Terry Mangridge is our staff. Actually set up, yes, she set up the traffic counter, and the traffic counter does is collect the traffic count data, and that is a state requirement when we look at the traffic control device, which is always stop. We have to meet the requirement for the traffic volume and also with the collision data. So the host counter you see on the ground is to collect the traffic volume for the data. So we are still investigating the data and the site distance and everything. So we haven't finished the evaluation, but the study has begun.
She mentioned that if it doesn't get approved, that it stays on a list, that if
Yes,
there's any
correct.
future accidents or anything
Yes.
like that, that it'll be brought back to the
Yes,
surface.
that's correct, because we have
Look at it again,
yes,
yeah.
we have an annual intersection study list that we have, including all the intersection that has brought to our attention for any concern or request, and if it didn't meet the criteria, it will still stay on the list, and we will look at it annually for any collection data has been updated or any changes in the area. So, yeah,
Thank you.
yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for those comments.
So you say you wanted some information from me, or?
Yep, give Olivia your. oh,
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And I have a final comment about this. So also it was brought to my attention that in the intersection of Alman and Cherrywood Way, they're thinking about, the neighbors are concerned about the same issue. So can we add that location to the list for the study?
I can add it if it's not already there, so.
Okay,
I can do-
okay, thank you.
Do we have any more comment
Yes.
cards?
I have one more comment card for public comment on non-agenda items, and it's from Kristen Collins.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Collins. I'm here to discuss a notice I was given regarding the sidewalk in front of my home on North California Street. I have copies of it if anyone wants one, or photos.
I have seen it, otherwise I'd say yes.
It's been an ongoing issue since I moved in there in 2014. Prior to that, I did attach a photo all the way back from 2009 of this being an issue. The city has come out a few different times to attempt to fix it, and then a few years back, sprayed it with the, what is it?
Just red paint.
The red paint. And no one came back out. So I sent a request a few weeks ago to do a follow-up, and this is the notice I was given that I am responsible for paying for it. Was given 6 weeks' time to come up with the money to do that, and I'm here to discuss that.
Just go ahead and read this.
Oh, yeah. And if I don't get it done by December 1st, that I'm gonna be fined $1,200. And a second notice, it's a second violation of $5,000. So I wanted to discuss that because I don't have the funds to do this, and what other options would be available for that.
Yep, I'm gonna make a few comments here, so.
Can I chime in?
Oh, absolutely. Yep, you get 5 minutes as well if you want to.
I'll just tap on hers real quick. You know, I have a contractor's license. But I don't do concrete. One of the things I just want to say, when we get this, it discusses her having to pull permits for safety and all this stuff and handle it. So it's a small one. And the problem with that, I can tell you, there's no contractor right now that's going to drop everything they're due, because this is a 3-day job. Because you have to take it out, you have to all the safety stuff up, then you have to pour it, then you got to come back out the next day after it's done and clean all that up. So it's 3 days. It's probably someone would be charging $4,000 or $5,000. The city of Lodi does this, and they shouldn't be asking, in my opinion, the citizens to fix their sidewalks. I think it would be, you know, and if a citizen is responsible for it, I can understand the city assessing it, but the city should be doing the work, period, because it's the job they do it all the time. They did it in front of my house the other day. Did a great job, great guys. So that's one of the things I'd like to address. I think, you know, especially, you know, you're looking, she's a single mom, 3 kids. You get this letter threatening the fines and all this stuff with 6 weeks coming into the holidays. absolutely a horrible look. I'm just pointing that one out, but that's where we stand, and we'd love any feedback.
Yep, thank you again for bringing this. I did talk to her staff about it. And I would say, I think it's a mistake for us to send out the notices, especially in this format. As far as the timeline goes, I don't think that it's doable at all. I used to work with contractors. A month to even schedule a contractor is a rough go. I don't find that a $1,250 fine, for an initial fine for not getting the work done, is a fair amount by any account. I hope to never give one of those out again with my name on it. And so what I did request from our staff is that we actually change the verbiage on it. Those letters are meant to get people into City Hall to, again, have the conversation with staff about getting a game plan together. But of course, it doesn't say it on there, okay? So the thing is, they want to get you inside of City Hall, so you'll say you'll do something about it, but I don't believe that that's a tactic that our city should take. I think we can do better than that, and I hope to do better in the near future. And I hope that we can cancel that letter and work with you better in the future. So it's my apologies that that letter is sent out in the first place, because I do find it to be not kind nor fair.
Thank you.
Ms. Collins, just for your information, your issue and issues brought up to us by other small businesses on sidewalk repairs and who pays for what and to what level the sidewalks are repaired. This isn't new information. We've been hearing it. Councilmember Yepez and I have met with the city manager and our city attorney to discuss a new approach to sidewalk repair. And I think you kind of brought it to our attention that it's not just businesses, but residential property owners. We hope to see come to council a modification of that sidewalk repair program to look at the opportunity when the case is certainly something that might affect a property owner. It's a tree or something on their property that causes it, that we will work with them and that, we'll put it out there. We're suggesting a 50-50 split, because we do believe that the city does the best job of, because I will tell you, I've had contractors that have done the work, and the city came in and said, nope, not exactly to it, and they had to redo it. So I think the city does the best job. Some type of an assessment, particularly those who are in neighborhoods where you can't necessarily find people who can afford it, maybe renters, you're a mom with 3 kids, you can't pay it all at once. So to look at a timeline for paying for that over a 12-month period, for example. So the idea is right. We don't want the trip and falls. We don't want anybody to be hurt. But at the same time, we need to balance that with the ability of adjacent property owners to pay for those. So thank you for bringing that issue up.
Mayor, I'd like to make.
Yeah, and when do we have a potential agenda-wise, Mr. City Manager?
Based on the discussion I had with you both, the November 19th meeting would be a discussion for the council to give staff direction on cost sharing for both frontage improvements in front of commercial and residential uses. So that no changes will occur on the 19th. It will spur a conversation among the council, then to look at the issue and provide us direction to come back.
So I invite you guys to come today, please, to give your testimony. And so, yeah.
Okay.
And Doctor?
I share with you guys the concern. I'm going to Lodi, and all of a sudden I see the red line. I say, what's happening, right? It's been like that for a long time, the split. And the question is, if it is, who do we charge and so forth? I support the idea of discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you, guys.
So it sounds like if we could agendize the matter on it and take it from there.
Yes, so we plan on bringing this back, and there'll be a lot more clarification on what actually applies, because these are sidewalks in front of property owners that are their responsibilities. So when things come up, then those things need to be corrected. So that clarification will come at the next meeting.
Yep. All right, do we have any other comment cards? Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on non-agendized items?
Just a quick question. I want to speak later, but this is somewhat related, but not really. Because I just have a couple minutes.
Yep, you can have 5 minutes.
Donna Phillips, 1040 Laurel. I was here recently, and all the staff and all of our friends here were putting together some help for the end of our street for a fire lane. And I just want to tell you, the fire lane is there. We've seen no one parking in front of any of the houses anymore. Although a lady came down the other day and she was sitting in front of the two red lines and she says, "There's no parking on Laurel. Do you suppose I could just park here?" And I said, "No, I don't think so." But what I wanted to tell you is, since the group has gotten a little smaller here, the day after you guys voted on that, I had to call an ambulance to come down for myself. So I was happy the fire lane was there. And I wanted to thank everybody who helped with that, all of your staff, Chief Garcia, Captain Johnson. There's an Officer Daniel that is very helpful. Anyway, I appreciate your help because it happened really fast and we needed that. So thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, any other council members with comments on non-agendized items?
I'll add a request to agendize for a grant, a firm to support grant writing activities. I sent an inquiry to the city manager with Councilmember Craig here, and would love to see some quick movement on that.
Could I, Mr. Mayor, could I
Absolutely.
confirm on that? And so further, during that research, the city council approved an extension of a 3-year agreement with a grant writing firm in 2024. And so the firm that was referred to me also does other services for lobbying. And so I was going to outreach to them, but I wanted to confirm, since you brought it up, that that's the type of services that you're interested in obtaining, because we currently do have a grant writing firm on retainer. Okay. Right. So we'd be looking at the advocacy component of the services, since we already have a firm under contract for grant writing.
Who's the firm that's currently under contract?
California Consulting?
California, okay.
Is that contract, it is?
Do me a favor, speak into the mic. Thank you.
It is it's through when? When is it expired?
The council approved a 3-year extension in '24, so the agreement ends in '27.
Can we get results of their work to date? Because I think that if it's one of those options for us to revisit that based on performance, I'd sure like to know how successful they've been in grant submissions and the results of those.
Yep, I agree.
Is that, okay,
Certainly.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comments? Seeing none, we will move on. Item G1, Madam City Clerk.
Item G1 is to receive a presentation regarding the general plan update request for proposals, and I will turn it over to Community Development to present this item.
We have a PowerPoint, so let's see if we can get it going. I'm connected to the first. Is it not popping up? If it doesn't pop up, Olivia, can you run it for me?
Do you want us to take a quick recess?
Maybe we go to G2? While we're waiting, maybe we could agendize hiring an IT director. Yeah, exactly. Someone who could.
All right, we're going to take a quick, nope, okay. I should have said that sooner, man.
Would you like to take a break or
Nope,
continue?
we're moving forward now.
Got it, gotcha. Okay. I have 15 slides total, including the intro page here. As you know, we've been gearing up to release the request for proposals for the general plan update, including 2 precise plans. Next slide. Back in June, Community Development, along with Public Works, EU, Economic Development, and our legal counsel, Michael Colantano, presented on a 3-part series with council and a study session about the future growth of Lodi and the annexation areas, including the spheres of influence in the South Study area, the East Study area, East Side, and potential connections out to the west. Next slide. We have prepared a request for proposals, which is attached in full to your agenda packet tonight, to hire a consultant to prepare an updated general plan. The scope includes preparation of 2 precise plans, as we mentioned in the workshops in June, one for the South Study area and one for the East Side sphere of influence area. And then in addition, we're including integration of our plans that have been recently worked on or are in progress, including the downtown specific plan. And then we recently, as you know, in July, certified our general plan EIR for updating for VMT purposes. So all of that will be integrated into this effort as an overarching general plan update. Next slide. So the process is, we started, as you know, in June with the study sessions with City Council. As a result of that, Council directed staff to form an RFP committee, a steering committee. We initiated coordination meetings with that committee over the summer and provided the scope to the committee. They provided some comments and feedback on the draft RFP text. We researched comparable RFPs. Some of the committee members gave us suggestions for other cities to look at from other jurisdictions. We conducted outreach. We talked to about 4 or 5 various consultants to get feedback on our RFP planning. And tonight, we now have that draft RFP attached to your agenda packet. Next slide. Here's a list of the committee members. They include Tom Doucette of FCB Homes, John Beckman from the BIA, Mona Schulman from PCP, Dave Kirsten from the DBA, Wes Ray from Visit Lodi, who is here tonight, Joe Peterson, Realtor, Aaron Zuzak from Bowman Development, and Ryan Ranchod of DD Development Company. Next slide. As suggested and involved in that steering committee, we discussed other cities and what were the pros and cons with those cities. Some of the lessons we learned in researching adjacent cities that have comparable size of jurisdictions were the cities that had less population growth often were tied to stagnating median household income. And as a result of that, we did some research on what those cities are using for tools to deal with growth. Most of those cities, as you can see here, Ripon, Lathrop, Tracy, Manteca, Woodland, which is in Yolo County, and Galt, which is in Sacramento County, they all primarily use specific plans. And as we mentioned back in June, our goal was to use precise plans, which are sort of a step below, a little bit less stringent than specific plans. So precise plans are a little bit more flexible. So almost all comparable jurisdictions in the valley are using specific plans. So Lodi doesn't really have a history of specific plans other than the downtown specific plan. So our approach is to allow some flexibility, but still provide a planning tool that provides the tools needed to attract investment to deliver the needed plan for that infrastructure that will be funded through CFDs in the future and to support long-term economic vitality. So our approach is to suggest to do 2 precise plans. Next slide. So why are we using Precise Plans as a tool as part of this general plan update? We're looking for flexibility and predictability. Precise Plans will provide a clear framework for the development that needs to be prepared. So unlike more rigid, specific plans used by all of our surrounding cities, they establish expectations for land use and infrastructure and phasing, while also allowing a little bit of flexibility. So we can respond to market and design changes. As time changes, as you know, things change, market changes. There may be more of a demand for single-family homes versus fourplexes or duplexes or multifamily. So this balance of certainty, but also having adaptability, will help us attract investment, but also streamline implementation. So our goal is to set the table for developers and really enable development, while also attracting quality developers and really honoring the uniqueness that is Lodi, and not just allowing, suburban sprawl in our residential areas. We really want to be thoughtful about how those areas develop. These plans will also complement the general plan, which will be prepared in tandem. As a reminder, we've updated several of the elements of the general plan recently. In 2024 and 2025, we updated the housing element, the safety element, the conservation element, and we created a new environmental justice element. In addition, in July, as I mentioned, you certified the EIR, the Environmental Impact Report, under CEQA for the general plan. So there's been a lot of work already done. So the general plan update is just going to update those remaining elements that haven't been updated in the last 2 years. And then we'll look at what state laws have changed in the last couple of years and have the consultant update those in addition to the 2 precise plans. Next slide. The precise plans will also balance that flexibility with accountability. They will maintain clear parameters. They'll give developers predictability. When a developer comes to us, we won't have questions that we need to go research. We're going to have everything ready. These tools will allow us to have the table set for them, and the expectations will be right in black and white and clear and graphically shown, and it will really provide a level of predictability to developers that are coming to the city of Lodi. They will also help us align with mandates with state goals and local goals. Those are related to housing, such as our housing element, infrastructure, and economic development. We are really going to be working with economic development and our partners on particularly the East Side SOI and what are the types of projects that we need to attract and what are the needs of those projects. So we've been really working closely with economic development, in which we do hire a consultant. We will continue to work with them. Next slide, please. One of the big hurdles with implementing our precise plans and our general plan update is annexation of those areas within our spheres of influence. So we've been having conversations and went down and met with LAFCO, the local agency formation director, to get some feedback. A couple key points. One, we need a financing plan for infrastructure for these areas in order just to submit the application, such as a CFD or a financing district. Another is the CEQA review, which will be required either on a programmatic basis, which would be kind of the umbrella CEQA document, or each project would have to provide their own CEQA document. So we believe the CEQA document that we have prepared and was certified in July covers a lot of that umbrella. So as long as developers that are coming in the door comply with that, in addition to implementation of a financing plan such as a CFD, then we would have that table already set and be prepared to go to LAFCO and meet those threshold requirements that LAFCO requires. So these steps will really establish, clearly lay out the financing infrastructure framework that we need to get through the annexation process and really set us up for success. Next slide. As I mentioned, environmental readiness or CEQA review is one of the threshold requirements of LAFCO. We recently, as I mentioned, and as you know, updated our general plan EIR for VMT purposes, that's vehicle miles traveled. There are best practices included in the VMT guidelines, but they're also legally required. So we must implement them. There some flexibility within the programs that can meet those requirements under VMT mitigation measures, but we must meet them in some form. So because the general plan EIR already analyzed those VMT measures for the spheres of influence for these two precise plans, we feel that most future development can tier off of that EIR, and it will save developers hundreds of thousands of dollars per project and a lot of time. So we think we can use that as a streamlining tool to get some of these annexations accomplished in the future. However, projects that deviate from those VMT measures or from the plans that are approved would have to provide their own supplemental review, which could cost them money. So pros and cons, doing this exercise will set the table and really streamline development, but developers must follow those guidelines or parameters to fall under our umbrella and be covered by those documents. Next slide. So what's included in the request for proposals? Big picture, we're updating the general plan elements that have not been updated, any of them that are outdated in the last couple of years. We're including the two precise plans, one for the South Study area, one for the East Side area. We're also looking at strategic growth planning for the sphere of influence west of the city limits. And then also regional coordination with the county for active transportation connections, to the future A station. We all know the A station is going to be about 4 miles outside west of the city limits, and we really want to coordinate with the city and not operate in silos and figure out through our general plan update. As you know, the county has also a general plan. They're anticipating updating it in the next upcoming several years, and so we really want to align with each other rather than operating in silos, and we can really partner with them to figure out some solutions to connect to the A station through this exercise. Next slide. Almost to the end. So this is, as you can see, a map of Lodi. You can see in those two gray areas, there's the South Study area is precise plan number 1. The East Side SOI area is the precise plan number 2. And then we're looking to also include in this exercise connections out to that future A station. To the west, you can see kind of highlighted in that kind of reddish pink box to the left over there. Next slide. So what's our timeline for the general plan? We're hoping to release it by the end of this week. Then we anticipate having a virtual Q&A the week of December 1st with consultants, and asking for responses to be due by December 18th. That will give us a little bit over a month for our consultants to ask us questions and submit responses. We're looking to interview the finalist in mid-January. Our steering committee that's already existing will participate in those interviews. And we're hoping to get to City Council to award a contract in March if all the stars align and we get on agendas and reports done and all of those interviews done on time, and as all of the schedules align. And then we hope to have the contract executed in late spring, early summer, and get started. We're anticipating this would be an 18-month to 2-year process. But those things are always a little bit malleable as things come up and market demands change. So we're saying possibly about a 2-year period to hope to be complete by summer 2028. Next slide. So this slide is part of RFP, just includes the deadline to submit is December 18th. We require all of the bids and responses to the RFP to be submitted by 4 p.m. on that date. We're asking for 6 total copies, including an electronic copy. And this will be sent out to, we have a list of qualified consultants who we've used through the downtown plan and also for other projects that those that have provided interest in receiving, bid notices. So there'll be probably a couple of dozen consultants. We know there's at least maybe 3 or 4 or 5 that are actually interested in responding. So we'll see. With the downtown plan, we did receive I think about 20 responses. So it just depends on how the market is for consultants right now. Next slide. So what are our next steps? This is our last slide. We will issue the RFP hopefully by the end of the week or Monday. We will proceed then with reviewing the bids and responses. Staff will do a preliminary review, and then we'll present those to the steering committee, who will meet probably a couple times to discuss before we conduct, we rank them and conduct interviews of the top 3 or 2 or 3, depending on how many respond. Then we will move towards entering into a contract with that consulting firm, and we'll bring that back to council in the spring. We'll have a kickoff meeting and begin our outreach and all of that process before the consultant begins gathering information and looking at all of our existing plans and, all the focus groups and forming that. We'll have a lot of opportunities for input after the consultant is hired. A lot of interviews and folks who can provide feedback similar to what we've done with the downtown specific plan. That concludes my presentation. John and I are both available for questions if you have them.
Do we have any questions from council? Ramon?
Yes, so can you explain to me, like maybe the background on how the south side and the east side SOI came to be, and why we don't have something like that similar on the west side? Like specifically between Kerma Lane and Turner, like in the area, yeah.
Absolutely. Excuse me. The South Study area has been a part of the city's sphere of influence since 2010, actually just before that. So that SOI is not a new addition. Back about 3 years ago, almost now, we entered into a tax sharing agreement with the county. And as part of our process there, we had requested that the sphere be expanded on the east side of 99, representing that 850 acres of industrial development. We're about 70% built out in our current industrial area, jobs-based, obviously, so that's why that's the focus of that area development. And the small section on the west side, a small F-shaped piece we've referred to, is actually underway with applications to look for annexation. If you notice in the simple rendition of what we hope to accomplish in the RFP process, one of the major tasks is to look further west beyond the current SOI. So that will be a part of the study to say, moving out, so many miles or whatever to the west, looking at our ability to serve that. So that'll also be a part of the consultant's effort to look beyond the current SOI on the west side and with the potential for expansion.
Okay, so then it will be, so just so I'm clear, so it'll be more like, for example, here on Sargent Row and I think it's Taylor Road, like more that way, right, more west?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's very good. And right now, so just a question, like if I was a developer and I wanted to develop the area, like after the Taylor and Sargent, what would I have to do? What would be the process to do that?
Well, in fact, we're actually talking to several individuals, ownerships, about both on the east side of the city as well as the west side of the city. If you are directly adjacent to our current sphere of influence, it becomes much less of a inconvenience to try and apply for an annexation. The county does not want us to develop satellites.
Yeah.
So one of the current developers on the west side owning a winery institution would like to see a potential for a different use. If they're connected directly to our boundary, they would do something similar to everybody else making an application to this city. They would apply for an annexation opportunity. But one of the things tied to that is they would also have to expand the sphere of influence for the city for us to consider an annexation. So it's a two-step process that can happen concurrent with everything we're bringing forward.
Okay, yeah, because I had a lot of many questions about that, because sometimes it feels like a hard process to do, like move the city limits and apply and all of that.
Yeah, there certainly is a process there, and no one would be exempt from that based on LAFCO's regulations. But we would certainly be open to that and have, again, as mentioned, already had conversations with groups on both sides of our city limits to consider the same.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, can you all tell me, Mr. Delmonico, where the MSR fits into all of this?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Can you tell me where the MSR
MSR.
fits into all of this?
The MSR was updated when we took forward the tax sharing agreement. So we had to submit to them our ability to serve. And so there was an updated MSR that was submitted as a part of that process. The MSR review, again, will be done in concurrent with a new general plan effort, because anything we consider expansion towards the current sphere of influence will need to be evaluated for that. So we've had conversations with Public Works about doing an added expansion understanding of our MSR, everything west of the current sphere of influence, and short of small little areas on the east side, which can easily adapt. Those are the only considerations we would have for the MSR expansion. In the industrial area, that MSR was provided at the same time we went to the county for that tax sharing agreement, understanding that we could support development in that area. So that's as recent as it was updated.
So a couple things to be knowledgeable of, and I've shared this with the city manager, but I can tell you right now for the Regional Coordination for Active Transportation Connection to future A Station west of the city, it isn't going to happen for quite a while.
Correct.
Lodi has been moved until probably 2035 at the earliest. So I think this is kind of anticipatory to include that. Not that I want to say, let's give the money back, but it is one of those opportunities where we can look at, is there another place or is there somewhere else relative to active transportation that we should be considering? Perhaps it is the annexation area instead. How are we going to get services out to an area that is both going to be residential as well as industrial, commercial? So
I think this was in reaction to an effort that's actually underway and identifying that that regional transit center is going to be out to the west, that there were grant resources that have already been spent evaluating what that might look like. And so while this is not going to be specific, it will be a corridor study. So it'll give us framework that can remain in the plan for however long, but at least it begins to address that we are considering that ultimate connection. And as we stated in this is the general plan up to 2050. So it still may fall within the purview of the document, so we thought it prudent to bring it in. I don't think there's going to be a great percentage of our expenditure on that that would in any way outbalance the remaining requirements we have for transportation analysis everywhere else. So I think it's prudent, but if council decided to limit it and eliminate it, we can adjust that prior to the release.
okay, yeah, I'd be interested in knowing where we are in funding that plan. And it looked to me as if this was being folded into the RFP. So
It
if
is.
that's not the case,
No, it is.
I'd like to.
It is. It's a small percentage. The focus is mainly on the two SOI precise plans and updating the general plan. But we want to include it because it's not typical of a general plan update to include connections outside of the sphere of influence. And so we wanted to mention it. So a consultant, we know a couple of consultants have worked with cities and counties on coordinating. So it's not necessarily just the connections to the A station. It's also that gateway into Lodi. And so it's kind of multi-pronged. So, what do we want the gateway into Lodi looking like? And we want to have a say in that. So like John mentioned, the general plan update will go out into 2050. And so we want to kind of coordinate all those efforts so that we're really having a say long-term and what that future looks like.
Can you guys remind me of how much we budgeted for this?
1.5 million.
Okay. When do we anticipate the downtown specific plan to be done, completed, and to council for approval?
We have a draft that is pending. We believe it'll be coming to us soon for evaluations internally. We'll be going back to our committee with the evaluations of that draft. I believe we're anticipating February or March. That'll be in front of council.
And Mr. City Manager, I don't see Luis here. What's the anticipated date for the economic development plan to be completed?
February.
Okay.
He is online, and I just promoted him to panelist if he has any other comments.
I guess my concern right now is that we have two other major plans that need to be completed in front of the council for approval, and then execution begins. I'm a big supporter of planning. I'm just wondering if we have the capacity and we're biting off too much, more than we can chew with pushing a general plan update, two precise plans. The MSR will be a little part of that update. Just seems like there is a lot of planning, and I think that I want us to be successful on the two very much needed plans that we have currently underway. And my concern is that do we have to rush this now? Can we kind of sit and wait? I anticipated that we would be done with these other plans and that we would be hopefully starting some implementation, but I think our community wants to see some projects underway and funding going to things that are identified in those two other planning documents. So,
Only response to that, as we see the completion of the downtown specific plan in terms of approval by council, having gone through planning commission and all the other states, that we would have that plan underway and adopted by council and moving forward. By time we gain a consultant selection approved by council and under contract, we see that being roughly June. So we see there being an adequate amount of time. I mean, the downtown plan is going to be years long in implementation, and we all know that, maybe decades long in actual implementation. But the planning effort, getting it out in front of us, may have already paid dividends for us as a city. We were not counting on this, but we received correspondence from our Rail Pros individuals that UP had an absentee that was supposed to be responding to us with our request for information. They're now excited to hear we have a plan that has graphic support, that has all those other things moving forward for the idea of acquisition of some of those properties. So I think moving the project forward at the downtown level is going to be something that will be key and prominent for the planning department for years to come. The idea of the general plan update is to help us look forward to areas of growth. We are out of developable property for residential development. We literally have about 150 permits that have not been pulled that can fit the remaining of our tracks. If we know right now that if we had a submission of a final map, it would be 2 years before we have rooftops. So what we're really looking at is 4 years before we would see actual development in those South Study area or our industrial section. Obviously, we have infrastructure issues we're working on and timing for some of those things, which part of them are out of our control and in the hands of PG&E. But we don't think this is reactionary. We think this is a prudent planning for 3 to 4 years from now to start developing new rooftops in the city, which we're going to need for economic stability as well as continued growth and hopefully support for our jobs-based market if we see industrial development.
Lisa, would it be okay if I open it up to,
yeah, I'm done.
unless anyone else has?
I need a question.
So some quick one. I really appreciate this, that you guys are doing this right now, and I know it's a lot of work, but the reality is that we are not growing as a community, and we need to bring new families to Lodi so they can be part of our tax base. And what the only main concern that I have always said is that the west side needs to always be part of the conversation because it's the most efficient, economic way that we can grow. That has to be always part of the plan. Like, so, because developers, everybody do what is their best interest. In economics, we learn that, and they go where it's easier, where it's cheaper. So the infrastructure has been always on the west side. So I want to see more focus on the west side. In this,
East side.
yeah, no, west side.
West side?
Yeah, in the west side.
Dr. Nakanishi?
Yeah. John, and I presume that December 18th is the deadline for proposals for the general plan. How many people are going to apply for this, on this process?
We anticipate at least 4 or 5 consultants that have expressed interest already. They're aware that it's being released this week, who are preparing responses.
Where are they located?
Variety of places. Most of them in Northern California, some in the Bay Area, Sacramento, in the Valley.
And then you guys look at it and you choose the plan.
Yeah, we review them. They submit an entire package. The RFP explains what they're required to submit. We went through this drill about 1.5 years, 2 years ago with the downtown specific plan and received a little bit over 20 responses. John and I went through and spent an entire week reviewing them because they tend to be about 100 to 200 pages long each and include a lot of information in them. But I also want to note, by the way, that we have recently hired 2 planners who are in the audience right now. You guys can wave. So we've really increased our capacity and our ability to administer these programs.
How much does a plan like this cost approximately?
We have estimated, we have approved by council 1.5 million. We're hoping we will come slightly under that to be able to provide us some level of cushion or understanding and program flexibility. And I will state, just for clarification, we will not be making that decision or recommendation. It'll be coming from the steering committee who will assist in the final evaluations and interviews, and then we'll be bringing all of those decisions to council for your approval.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to open the public comment now. Do we have any comment cards?
I have one comment card from Greg Costa.
Mr. Costa? And if you would like to speak on this subject, I'd ask that you just grab a front row seat, make it efficient.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Our family owns the parcel at the southeast corner of Harney and West Lanes. We strongly oppose any council action to approve any RFP that is in support of the 2030 general plan preparation at this particular time. This is a unique opportunity for the council to wipe the slate clean and move forward in true compliance with Lodi's own stated policies, with full transparency and with public input before policies and plans have been decided by unelected, unaccountable staff. Council needs to have a new permanent city manager, a new permanent public works director, and a new permanent community development planning director in place before beginning any activity related to the 2030 general plan preparation. The new staff members will have to implement the 2030 general plan and supporting master plans and live with the results for the next 20 years. They should not have their hands tied in any way, especially by RFPs or choices of consultants made by outgoing staff. The way an RFP is written already affects the outcome, the choice of consultants even more so. Many citizens in Lodi oppose development because, quite frankly, the city has done a poor job of it to this point. Mr. Swimley has just retired. Mr. Delamonica has indicated a plan to retire in the near future. The next step in the 2030 general plan update process is actually an accurate and honest update to the 2022 municipal service review. That would be due in 2027. Then work can begin responsibly on the general plan itself. There is plenty of time to get it right this time. And just a side note, in late 2021 or 22, our family, as the other property owners south of Harney, were invited in by the planning department to have a sit down. We were told that the planning department intended or wished to do master planning, and that they would be organizing a meeting involving all of the property owners south of Harney so that we could get an understanding of the general plan and the master plan process. We were told that we weren't mandated to take part. If we took part, it would speed the process for development. If we didn't, there was a chance that we may not develop in the foreseeable future. We were told that there was going to be a meeting. I was actually asked for contact information on some of the other property owners. Those meetings never took place. They were never scheduled. In late 2023, a developer interested in developing our property met with the city planning department. At that particular time, they were told that the department was going to organize a series of meetings so that the developers and the property owners understood what the plans were for that area south of Harney. Once again, those meetings were never called, they never took place. In early 2024, the developer interested in our property submitted a preliminary proposal to the city of Lodi and asked for feedback. They got no feedback for several months. They submitted that proposal formally with a fee attached and requested feedback. They got no feedback. In October of 2024, the developer finally had a meeting with Public Works and the Planning Department. We were told Public Works had to rethink the entire concept of storm drainage, come back in 3 or 4 years. At this particular time, I don't think that we're being quite straightforward in our development process in Lodi, or honest with the property owners or with the developers. Thank you.
Mr. Delamonica, do you have any replies to that? Has the city reached out and replied to some of his questions?
We actually did meet with the developer. Actually, we met with the developer several times. We did give constructive feedback. The statement about utilities and the availability to those, as we know, stormwater was one of those contentious items that reared its head when we no longer had a opportunity considered to release our stormwater into WID canals. So we did go through a rather exhaustive process over a year looking at alternatives to how we would handle stormwater retention or release into city systems or into the county systems. There was time spent looking at a Pixley Slough discharge area. It was very costly, but it was one of those outlets we had because we still could not rely on WID. So the process going forward and why that's now clarified is we will look at retention basins, but as now been dictated to us, we would need to look at them as multi-use basins and not just retention. So their areas would increase. There is a stormwater master plan now in place. As we know, we're still delayed on our generalized power, but in our conversations with EUD, we now have a reliable resource to be able to get residential development started in the South Study area. Not to be able to build it out completely, but that is still part of that overall plan that has been presented to council in the past by the director of our electric utility. So we had developmental challenges, there is no question about it, but we have been working to try and solve and work through those things, and we will continue to do that.
Quick question on the drainage issue and water storage. Because I'm hearing drainage ditches, is it an option to connect to the East Stockton Water District? I mean, would that solve part of the issue?
I honestly can't speak to that. That would be a Public Works question.
I will at least let staff know and the community know. I've spoken to Mr. Bestman Keith from WID, and I know Charlie's spoken to them a few times. It does sound like there's something in the works there.
Yeah, we've had a number of meetings with WID over the last probably year about this item. It kind of swayed while this property was in kind of preliminary discussions. By the time that property, the last time we spoke with them, it had kind of ruled out a connection to Pixley Slough, which was down south, which was what WID's direction had been, call it probably 3 or 4 years ago, or interpretation of our agreement 3 or 4 years ago. Since that time, we're kind of working towards a combination of basins and secondary pumps into the canal. We're pretty close on the same page. In fact, I just talked to them about a week ago about meeting back up, kickstarting those conversations. We've got an agreement with them for another 8 years. And so both sides desire to revise that and specifically address that drainage in that area. But by the time that property had ended discussions, the civil engineer representing them or that they're working with, we had already worked out an alternative for just additional size retention basins.
Great. And it did sound like Keith is willing to do some presentations to, again, help that communication start flowing. Sounds like we have decent amount of work as far as working with WID on that. So I think that's going to start probably sometime early next year.
Yeah, we spoke about kind of circling back up in January. Like I said, we did have a fallback plan that was just larger retention basins that the city Public Works had accepted as an alternative if we couldn't come to an agreement with WID about a appropriate connection there.
If we can, Mr. Lindsay, Sean, should we try to schedule something for the month of January for this drainage and WID issue?
Yeah.
That'd be great. John, did you have anything else to add?
No, except I believe it was just this morning or yesterday. It's hard to remember. We did meet with another proposer for the Costa property. And so we are working with them now on what their due diligence looks like and how we can move that forward. They would be interested in an application for annexation. And we told them that short of some other rhythm things we need to get in place in terms of policy, that we could work with them concurrent with all of this other effort.
Great, all right. I can't have you come back up if you want.
I'd be curious to hear if we can.
That's fine. We'll have you come on up. Come on. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to admit I'm a process guy. Lodi continues not to meet its own stated schedules for MSRs and master plan updates that are stated clearly in the 2007 MSR. City staff makes changes to the general plan or the storm drainage master plans. You need public hearings to do that. City staff failed to issue an MSR update in 2012 or 13 when they found out they didn't have sufficient power to even implement the 2010 general plan. City issued a 2022 MSR update that continued to misrepresent Lodi's ability to support residential and industrial growth. They even expanded the SOIs. They didn't have the power. They knew it. I don't know what else to say. The reason why we have problems with development in Lodi, why you have these traffic problems, you have insufficient east-west, you have insufficient power, you have insufficient storm drainage, development on the west side, you have very high water tables. You're going to have problems. This is why you're overfilling WID. This is why there's no capacity for south of Harney to put their storm drainage into WID. These are basic problems. Thank you.
So yes, it is my understanding that the city has not actually updated its MSRs in time. It's one of the
Mr. Mayor,
benefits.
there is no obligation on the city to update MSRs every 5 years. That obligation is only if we are taking action to LAFCO, must the MSR have been adopted within the last 5 years. So just want to clarify that there is no timeline required for MSR submission.
And John, that's, okay. That I read somewhere where it's every 5 years. I'll have to look into that again. We will take the next individual who would like to have comments on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. Back to kind of the issue at hand around the RFP for a general plan update. I do serve, I'm JP Doucette, President and CEO of the Lodi Chamber of Commerce. I am serving on the steering committee of the Downtown Specific Plan. I have received feedback from some of my members and leaders within my organization that are hoping that maybe we could postpone this effort a little bit. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce, very interested and supportive of economic development efforts. We certainly don't want to stand in the way of such. However, we have invested a substantial amount of money and staff time into the two plans referenced earlier. And there is a desire to see the outcome of those plans since they are near. If they were 18 months away, that might be a different story, but since they are imminent, in terms of just a few months away, we would like to see what the results of those plans were and how they, are the results what we were hoping to see, and therefore have much more confidence in our ability to issue a RFP that's going to get results for an end product that's going to cost $1.5 million and lots of staff and community time. I will say that engagement in terms of these planning processes over the past year was robust at times, and then it waned at times. I do believe that there is a bit of fatigue within the community in terms of strict planning effort, and I think allowing the momentum of the results of those plans will be beneficial ultimately to the community engagement of something as strenuous and important as the general plan, community outreach and engagement will be. We're just really looking at a 6-month time potentially over a process that will take, 2 to 3 years. And we do believe it to be prudent. So I was requested just to kind of let those thoughts be known this evening. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, I'm Mike Karuba. On the MSR thing, I'm not super passionate about that, but when you have an MSR that says this is where your power is coming from and this is where your stormwater is going, and then you later find out that those are become unavailable, I think someone would suggest you have an obligation to update it because it's changed dramatically. But having said that, would I be here to discourage everything that I heard from the presentation? No, of course not. The number one thing, last evening, sitting right where you are, Mr. Mayor, we had people come up and say, we need an aquatic center at Enzi pool. We can't get into Tokay very much. They don't know that's a multi-million-dollar thing, and they think it's a priority issue. And the next group realizes they're no longer going to have a skate park that maybe they thought they were going to have. And then there's another group that says, how come we don't have a gymnasium owned by the city of Lodi? We don't have 1 inch of recreation space. And they all think it's a priority issue. They think it's just put this on the top of the list. And I'm trying to help you guys by saying, guys, the money is not that they're spending it somewhere else. It's that the money doesn't exist. Why is that? That's the question. The question is because, and I think Councilmember Yepes said it very, very well. It's you can't have the income that people need at home or you need to spend here for services if you have no industrial growth at all, residential growth at 0.5% over 20 years. The numbers don't add up. Measure L kind of covered everyone's rear end, and that's coming to an end too because we spend the money, I think, fairly wisely. So, but these reports that you hear, boy, I would vote for it. I mean, listen, if I didn't know what I knew, I would say, Cindy, I'm all for it. But I just don't think it's going to be a disincentive, particularly the precise plans. I just think that, I think it's true what I've heard tonight. I really do think that a city manager is going to operate under this, needs to see what the scope of this is going to be. And we don't have one of those yet, although we're getting close. And by the way, let me just say, I meant to say this in the beginning, no council's had to work more hours because of this extraordinary thing you guys have all been going through. Okay, I mean, it's a tremendous amount of hours and you probably don't get thanked enough for it all for, it's not just your normal commitment, it's extraordinary commitment in terms of time, so thank you. I don't want to forget that. But this is going to be a disincentive. We need a city manager that understands that you hire, that's going to live with his plan, but also gets to be a part of the formation of RFP, what's going to be studied, how it's going to be studied. And the Public Works Department's the same thing. Charlie's retired, and we have Sean. That department is integral into this. And I can tell you they haven't been up to speed on it so far. And I think it's important that it won't be that long, we have a full-time city, selected Public Works Director. And as John's retiring, there's so much philosophy in this, and I don't think you're capable, respectfully, of understanding the undercurrents. If I thought, and by the way, I talked to Mr. Doucette and several other people today who were out of town, it scares the heck out of them that there's going to be a plan where they go in. It's not providing more flexibility. It's another layer of government that's not needed. And if it's going to be put in, it should be put in by the people that are going to have to implement the plan. The most important thing you do is the formation. It's the interaction with the consultants, and they get steered a certain way. And there's so many political undercurrents that get fed into this, and you'll hear all these terms and missing middles and food deserts. And I'm just telling you, we need to, in general, and your council, this council has been better than most. You really do understand that we've got to get something going. But, with all due respect, our staffs historically and past councils don't have a great track record. So I don't think I think you really do need to investigate who you want to hire and lead this place and the departments and let those people make these decisions. I think waiting a few months to get a city manager is no big deal. And I think it's, when you think about these other plans that Councilmember Hensley has brought up, I don't think they've gone particularly smoothly, particularly the downtown plan. And so I want to see the outcome that you saw, but I don't think that's going to get us there. So I would ask just a quick pause to really understand who these people are going to be that are going to lead us. And I think we'd get a better result by doing that. Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, council have any other comments or questions?
If I might just start. I do agree we really should update the MSR. The issue is not whether we're required to or not. It's a continuing concern that's expressed on the MSR. So I do think that if we're going to expend some money on something, that makes some sense to do. I understand it could be part of all of this, but I concur. I mean, we're not ready yet. February is when the next two plans are going to be ready. When those plans are completed and we've sat down and we've approved them and we know what the execution is going to be, we're a little bit more prepared to move down that path with our two planners in place, with our city staff. To me, it's an issue of cost, capacity, and completeness. The reality is, it's going to cost us a lot to implement those two plans that we've got underway. I realize we've allocated these funds to this, but I don't think there is anything wrong with waiting until we have new, informed expertise in a leadership position with the city, that we have these other two plans completed and supported by the community, including the development community, and that we take a look at what we need to do to update the MSR and understand where we are with the 230 kV line when it's coming in, where we are with, Mayor brought up Woodbridge Irrigation District. There's just a lot of questions that keep coming up at every one of our meetings about the annexation areas. I have to really listen to those property owners, and it's not just the Costa family that I've heard from. So I would say that while I think this is an important effort, that I don't think delaying it until sometime after February is, a bad idea.
I'm fine delaying it. I think it's going to play out to potentially next summer or past based off of the timelines, so that's something that we're comfortable with.
So I have a question. So doing this, like the proposal to get proposals, how long does that process take? And if we don't do it now, how long would that stretch the process to start working on that?
It's in the packet.
How long until if we delay it?
Yeah, like if we
However
wait
long you
until
delay it.
February.
Yeah, however long you delay it for. I do want to clarify that any delays will slow annexations. So we have several potential annexation applicants. And in order to submit annexations to LAFCO, you have to have financing plans, which we have presented in the past about suggesting CFDs. CFDs are financing districts where you issue bonds, and the cost is passed on to, the homeowners might pay like a fee per year with their property taxes, which are used to construct the public improvements and maintain them. That cannot be accomplished without the plan to get the CFDs. So there's a lot of kind of layers here. So if we delay it, it may delay annexations themselves.
But to answer your question specifically, as we have it outlined currently, if the process were to go forward now, we would have hopefully a firm retained by June. So if it doesn't start the process until June, roughly that timeline would still remain, that 6-month process for receipt, drafting, revisions to the RFP itself, issuing it, reviewing it, and then awarding it would take roughly 6 months from whenever council decided to pull the trigger.
Okay, so I have a question, I think more for my colleagues. So it's going to take a while we kind of move it. And I agree with you guys. I want to talk to those developers too and those property owners about what do they think about this, because I have heard from one, but I haven't heard from the others, and I want to have those conversations with them. So it's
Why don't we
Go ahead.
delay it until, so if you want to have a conversation and understand, I want to understand if it's possible to do an MSR update and what the cost would be of that
Separate.
as a standalone.
Okay.
So I think that those are the two things I'd like to better understand as well. But it really is about leadership and having a sense of urgency about moving it forward. So I think if we want to revisit this, really, we've only got the next meeting in November and then 2 meetings in December. If we want to take a second look at it in a month and say, okay, do we have a better timeline to move forward? Do you have more comfort? Have you heard from other property owners? Certainly, Mr. Costa, I don't think you would want the annexation delayed, but I'm just hearing that from our community development staff.
Well, and
So I'm not going to ask you to answer it because it's not appropriate, but, you know, isn't there a way to do an annexation without some of these other things being put in place? So, I mean, my goodness, we're going to do it with Maverick, you know, so if we can do it with Maverick, then the cost of property. So at any rate, I don't want to delay, and you've gone through a lot of different potential developers on that site. But I'm going to, at the same time, say, I don't think I'm ready to approve this. I'd rather move it to a future agenda to come back after we've got some answers to our questions. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Like you said, in December, we have a month
Yeah.
to ask more specific questions like that I have with community development, and yeah.
Does that work?
Few different items. I concur to all of the above. I did send an email out to Mr. De La Monica about 5 months ago. I don't specifically like specific plans. It's not the idea behind it, but it's the fact that we need to get out of the way of developers more than put things in their path. And so I think that specific plans will inhibit their ability to have that flexibility that they need. And so talking to a few of them about that before, I just don't find that to be something that I want us to integrate. So that's one piece of it. I think that the MSR doing that now might provide some beneficial items because, again, if we're reviewing what we have and don't have, then by the time hopefully we get to the general plan, then maybe we can have already started working on some of those items. So I actually love that idea. But again, right now, I think that we do need a strong leadership, long-term, or strong leadership long-term is the city manager. So I do appreciate the sentiment of our stakeholders that are here today to speak on this issue. So I'll be voting to postpone this as well. Dr. Nakanishi?
It's reasonable to delay after hearing all this delay.
But now the question is, I'd actually like some comments towards, are we able to do an MSR right now? And would that provide any beneficial details?
I'm going to jump in on this. I think there is a number of things that do need to be done and updated as we look at annexation areas. When you look at these large annexation areas in the study sessions that the council had during the summer, we talked about how to finance those large infrastructure investments. There is also adjacent annexations, which was staff had also addressed, which when property is directly adjacent to the city limits or to the sphere, and we have the utility infrastructure there, there's not a whole lot of planning that's needed and a whole lot of understanding of the connections, because we can annex those properties, develop them. Maverick is a great example. And so when we look, what we would like to do is, and it will require more time than December, is to take the next steps of what we presented to you back in the summer. And here is the plan of action for financing, determining the infrastructure needs. The MSR or any type of utility review informs that. And so while we may not call it an MSR, but we are gathering the information needed on stormwater drainage. What are our constraints? What is it going to cost to extend, the sewer line, the water lines? How is that going to be financed? We need that information before we even do that costing. And so that's a logical next step from the last time that the team was before you presenting on the annexations. So if the decision tonight is to delay the precise planning work, that's fine. We can come back to you with this next step early next year. December would be too soon, though. If the desire was to have more information on the utilities, what is it going to cost, so that we can start putting the finance pieces together, which I'm hearing translated into the word MSR. But I think if that's the intent, we won't necessarily do the MSR as LAFCO would define it. We would take you to that next step. At the same time, allowing those annexations to proceed that are easy, straightforward, do not require the utility connections that would require the extensive financing. Right.
and what we need. Okay.
So, Mayor, this item was informational only.
No
so
votes
if
needed.
if council wants to
Direction.
delay this item or postpone, because from my understanding of the presentation is that community development was planning to release the RFP. So from my understanding of the council discussion is that that is no longer the direction that council wants to move forward. So
I don't believe so, but I don't think we need a vote on it.
No, I think we do need a vote on it because it's come to us as informational, but really, we gave them the direction to do the RFP. So I would think we would
We
want
already
to say
released the RFP.
that we would want to hold off on issuance of the RFP, but move forward on Mr. Lindsay's recommendation that a financial, how do you want to phrase it, Mr. City Manager?
I think to follow up with the presentation on the annexation areas and identifying the costs to develop the infrastructure to support these annexation areas as an extension then of the financing. So it's understanding the utility needs and the costs of those utility needs for these larger annexation areas. That is some of the component parts that are going to be needed for development and ultimately to the CFDs that have been mentioned. And that is just going to need some time with staff to be able to pull that together.
And for clarity's sake, this was just agendized as a presentation item, so not an action item, but I think it's clear from common discussion that staff will take that direction on bring it back in January for further information.
Bring it back for the annexation areas, looking at utility needs and costs.
Okay. January was too soon. Early next year for.
We have a budget to start gearing up with the council in January.
Okay, so you guys have direction then?
Yes, no vote needed.
Okay.
All right. Moving to item G2, Madam City Clerk.
G2 is to receive a report on 2014 crosswalk removal on Holly Drive at George Washington Elementary School. And we are going to test out to see if the presentation will come up from Public Works. Otherwise, I will drive the presentation. Give me just one moment. And it's a miracle.
All right, this one's going to be fast, I hope. Just some quick background information that was requested on this crosswalk north of George Washington School. This aerial kind of shows you where the school's at, right there, kind of in the lower right middle, and then that rectangle is where that specific crosswalk is. So prior to 2012, there was a pedestrian pathway there that dates back to the late 1950s, and that connected the school with the Daisy Avenue subdivision to the north, on the north side of the railroad spur. That's the railroad spur that heads towards General Mills property. In 2013, Lodi Unified School District modified their Washington Elementary and Lakewood Elementary boundaries. And what it did is it made that subdivision off of Daisy no longer attending Washington Elementary. After that, we began to get some complaints about the pedestrian walkway that used to be connected there, being a nuisance to the neighborhood, had graffiti, fights, people were driving through there on motorcycles. And so the surrounding property owners requested that we vacate it. So it used to be like a 15-foot, 20-foot wide pathway that connected those areas. So city staff conducted a pedestrian survey. At that time, there was only found to be one student that used that crosswalk. And so we followed the state process back then and posted for removal and received no public objection. And so in December of 2013, council approved that removal of the crosswalk, and then in 2014, city staff removed it. So after 2014, this is kind of what it looked like. That pedestrian path was vacated, the crosswalk was grinded down and painted over. And so the connection was no longer there. And that's short and sweet. So, questions?
That's it?
That's it. I told you it's going to be short.
John, you're presenting.
Background information.
This is my request to get this on the agenda. Mayor, I think this is in your district, but we actually have our school board member, Jeff Stroh here. Mr. Stroh, I don't know if you wanted to. Oh, sorry. Okay, all right.
I think this is in Lisa's.
My district.
Oh, is it yours? Oh, okay.
I actually looked it up on Google Maps.
Oh, so I requested because it came to my attention that perhaps the school wasn't aware of the removal of the crosswalk and that it was still in use. And so I don't know if the school board member has any thoughts or comments on this, but I would love to hear them.
I could also just provide a little more update information before. Dorothy and I did go out there and check out traffic 2 weeks ago, I think. And the gate that the elementary school uses to access Holly is not open in the morning, so there's no traffic in the morning. They do. In the afternoon. We did go observe that also, and a staff member does go out there and open it. We observed a total of 3 students crossing there, all with their parents. And that was it in the entire time of pickup. So that was more updated information from the one pedestrian back in 2013 when they did their observation.
Did you want to make any comments towards it? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Mayor, council members, and staff, I'm in the neighborhood. In fact, I saw my house when you showed the picture of it over there. I've been in the area forever. I have a long connection with the school. I was in the kindergarten room when Kennedy was shot 62 years ago, almost. And in 68, I was a crossing guard, 67 maybe, or 68, I'm not sure. The crossing guard at that crosswalk. So I was asked by staff at the school, some of the safety guards, and the principal to try to get the crosswalk repainted because there wasn't a lot that day, but some days there's 20 cars out there, mostly on not crossing the street. There was only 5 the day I went by, and maybe another 10 on either side there. And the gate is open there for kids to leave to relieve pressure on the front of the school because the traffic's so bad. And so I didn't know if it would be a big deal or not to repaint it. So anyway, this is what I was requested to do. And in the front of the school too, the traffic's getting bad, maybe not as bad as Lakewood, but I've seen a couple of kids almost get smacked because it's very bushy if you, at the intersection of Orange and then even further down at Crescent. And also, a lot of cars come through the parking lot on Lockford Street on the east side of Washington School. And there used to be yellow lines painted. They're still lightly there. They put out some red cones. And I was also asked by the staff that if those could be repainted, and I wasn't sure if it's a school district thing on the sidewalk there or the city, that's just to help the kids know where the cars are coming through. And there is a traffic guard there. And the changing demographics, even since 14, I know it's only 12 years, but there's a lot of people that walk over from the east side in large families, and parents are dragging their kids along in perambulators, or prams, and I almost saw a kid get smacked, so that kind of, when the principal asked me, I said, okay, I'll come over to the council meeting and bring it up. And so it's just about student safety, and if there's anything you can do, and the school district does have people out there, but as you know, we have trouble finding crossing guards and bus drivers and other things because of the low wages, and it's just the way it is, and it's been that way for 25, 30 years. So anyway, I won't take any of your more time. I'd just like you to think about it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please do so now. Seeing none, do we have any other council comments?
Just, I am curious to know, most of the complaints I get on Holly are from Ham Lane west. So I had reached out to the neighbors in that area, kind of around Candy Cane Park, because they do talk about speeding, but of course you hit Ham Lane and, you're not speeding anymore. But I do wonder how fast the vehicles are going down that street, and if having basically a painted crosswalk would do something to help slow traffic down and make people pay more attention. I don't know. So again, it's partly a traffic issue, and safety of kids or anybody that might be crossing in that area. But I haven't heard, Mr. Stroh, of anybody in that neighborhood yet.
I'm mostly in the front where I see the stuff happening.
Yeah.
I did go by there a couple of days after school and I saw the parents on the people's side.
Right. And they probably don't use it now because it's been blocked off and they anticipate it's not
Yeah, in fact, one of my
available to
buddies
use.
has a house that got some of the property there. There was a couple using it, but, I didn't sit there and have 15, 20 kids, but they have been opening the gate to relieve pressure on the front of the school.
Because it looks like the nearest actual cross street would be up at Fairmont as the next available cross.
So we did do a count when we were out there, just so you guys know, there were 17 kids that used the back exit during pickup time.
Uh-huh.
And so, as we mentioned earlier, there were 3 that crossed, all with their parents. The majority of the people park along the south side, so they don't need to cross the street. And even at the most, I'd say the busiest time on the south side, there was still probably half of the school frontage available for more cars to park on the south side.
I think if this is a request coming from the school principal, the school board member, it warrants potentially even just to sit down to talk this through. I don't know, city manager, through you, if we're able to have that sort of dialogue. I understand the principal wasn't able to be here today, but it seems like it would warrant a conversation.
So if I may, so actually, we actually explained the situation with the school principal about the crosswalk was removed, and she was pretty receptive of the explanation about the crosswalk was removed. And so we can reach out to her again. But yeah, that was when we have our staff to go ahead and grind it out, because we noticed that was supposed to be removed, and the striping was kind of still surfacing up a little bit. So we have our guys go ahead and grind it out. And the principal was out there, was asking for more information. So we provide all the background information about what was the crosswalk was about, why it was removed, and why it was being there. And she was very understandable. So, but
That was in the last month or so?
yes, correct. That was right after we got the request from council.
Yeah, I think sometimes there's a difference between being told why it's being removed versus having a conversation about whether it's necessary. Just kind of my thought there.
Yeah, we have no problem setting up a meeting with her,
Yeah,
just further discussion.
yeah, okay. Good, Jeff? Sorry to make you wait so long. Yeah,
It is what it is.
yeah,
And also, she was requesting some information about those 3 little front lines, whether
Yeah.
it's city property or school district based.
Okay.
And they're
yeah, okay. I think that's probably, yeah,
That's right. Yeah,
probably
thank
something to bring up too.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you to staff for that information. Moving to item G3.
G3 is to consider adopting a resolution repealing traffic resolution number 25-168 and reenacting the complete current version of the traffic resolution, hereby approving residential permit parking for the Lodi Lake area with 24/7 parking restriction and modifying the no parking between 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. on Laurel Avenue.
Do we have any questions specifically from council? Or do we have a presentation on
We
this?
got a presentation, not as quick as the last one, but I'm going to get through it quick as well. So that's a long title of saying this is residential parking for Laurel Street and the surrounding areas of Lodi Lake. We're going to go a quick background of just our permit parking process. We're going to talk a little bit about this specific concern, and then we'll talk about the actual survey boundary that we had the resident do. And then we're going to present a couple alternatives for consideration from council. So really quick, the process for residential permit parking, it's available in residential areas that are impacted by non-residential parking. Typically, we see it in school areas, hospital area. This one in particular is because of the non-residential use of Lodi Lake. So it starts with a resident complaint, or if they're familiar with our residential permit parking, they can just start with a request for permit parking. Staff reviews the request, and then we provide a boundary of the impacted area. and a survey form for them to go out and get signatures of support. That resident goes and obtains the signatures from the property owners or tenants. We do only count one vote per address, so either a tenant or an owner. If they reach a 60% threshold on signatures, that allows staff to move forward to council for consideration. Any no response is considered as a no vote. And then just big picture, currently we do have 6 residential parking zones as well as a downtown parking zone. If approved, what happens is parking permits are ordered through our finance department. City crews install the signs very specific to what's approved. Residents purchase their permit. That's a $5.50 fee for 3 years. That does require proof of residency. Could be utility bill, vehicle registration, things along that line. Public Works informs the police department once a little time buffer is in after the signs are installed, and then PD starts enforcement. Talking about this specific concern, I know it's kind of been mentioned before, but this is a Laurel Avenue concern with the people attending Lodi Lake and impacting their area. There's currently a parking restriction on both sides of Laurel Avenue north of Turner, and that's for no overnight parking, or 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. is how it's signed. The results of the permit survey is that Laurel was 75% in favor of this, which is why we're presenting it. And if approved, it would be a parking restriction of 24 hours. So if you don't have that residential permit, you can't park there anytime throughout the day. Existing kind of, as it was mentioned earlier, but you guys did approve no parking extension on the skinnier side of Laurel. So this is kind of some pictures of showing what that looks like now. So this shows you the survey boundary. And even though the initial request was just for Laurel, once our traffic department looks at it, they look at, if we do implement this, what's kind of the overlying impacts of the surrounding areas. This one, because it's related to Lodi Lake, this was the boundary that was identified for that. This represents the survey results. The addresses highlighted in yellow were in favor. The ones that are not highlighted were either no response or not in favor. The ones that are in red were vacant at the time of the survey. So after staff received that back, we looked at options to present here. I'm going to go through those options real quick, and then I'm going to kind of give you a summary of what we consider pros and cons of each and what our recommendation is. So option 1 is a simple permit parking on the east side only of Laurel, north of Turner, so adjacent to the residents that provided the initial complaint. Option 2 is very similar. It's just both sides, so the east and the west side of Laurel. And then option 3 is a kind of a combination of option 1, which is that east side, as well as 3 of those streets south of Turner. And so it's Laurel Avenue, north of Turner, from Lake Home to Turner on both sides, on Parkview Avenue, from Turner to Lake Home, and then on Loma Drive from the railroad tracks to both sides. So quick pros and cons on each of those. The option 1, the parking concern shifts to other streets. If we only do that, we think we're going to have a bigger complaint coming back at us pretty soon for those southern streets. Option 2, which is both sides of Laurel, that essentially makes it an exclusive parking for the residents and takes out the frontage enjoyment of the lake. Option 3, which is those other streets to the south as well, that may impact parking along Turner. But based on the results, our recommendation is to not restrict parking along Turner, but staff will continue to maintain. If it becomes a problem, we get more complaints, we may come back to expand it to include that. And option 3 is staff's recommendation. And that's it.
Sean, can you go back to that?
I can.
Option 3, Laurel, Parkview, Loma. Where is Parkview and Loma?
So here, let me see. Oh, shoot, I had it on. Oh, there you go. So Laurel, those three streets south that are in the little light blue rectangle, that goes Loma to the west, Parkview in the middle, and then the Laurel extension south of Turner on the east.
Okay, and this is the first time I think staff's bringing us this recommendation.
That's correct. That's,
Additional street.
yeah, we got direction from council back in June or July to.
Laurel.
To take a look at Laurel.
Right.
And so, as part of that review, we looked at what the overflow implications would be of just doing Laurel. And so that's why we expanded it and had the survey include the residents in those areas. And then based on those survey results, that's how we came up with our recommendation.
Okay, so this is based upon surveys, again, from what property owners are.
Correct. Ms. Donna Phillips, she brought in the application. We gave her this boundary and she canvassed the area for signatures of approval. And that's that highlighted one that we presented was based on that survey.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council?
Mr. Nathan, how many parking spaces on east side of Laurel are we talking about? Potential?
Let me see, we've got the distance here. One second here. Oh, that's on the east side. So we've got 350 feet. There's probably 6 driveways. So it's probably 120 less, 200, so probably 10, plus or minus.
Yeah, because I was kind of taken back by this because I was the one who wanted to move forward with the survey for the east side adjacent to the residences, just because that was the immediate concern that we were hearing on a regular basis. And I get it because people pull in there with their trailers and all kinds of stuff and think they could just block people's driveways. So extending it to this other area, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to do overreach. I'm really not surprised to see that we've got a number of property owners that would like to have residential only, but I also know that there's a history of parking in the neighborhood. And I think the nuisance issue is one that should be addressed on Laurel, and that there should be resident-only parking on that one side because of the abuse of it. But I hadn't heard from any of these other property owners, and that's what makes me concerned about how much parking we're going to get rid of and make resident-only parking when the primary area of concern is the east side of Laurel at this point. So I appreciate that we looked at a larger survey area, and I appreciate we might have 10 spaces. That's only 10 cars. So, you know, I certainly would support option 1. I just think about all of the events and activities that we have where, you know, I've parked on Lake Home Drive to go there, but at the same time, we want to encourage people to park inside the lake and, you know, take advantage of having their car there all day or doing whatever they want to if they're recreating there. But I don't know, we haven't gotten public comment, so I'd like to hear public comment on it.
Yeah, and I'll add this before we go to public comment. If you actually, taking out Laurel Street, if you add, you know, 1030, 1025, 1017, and then all the bottom section, it's actually a less than 50% vote tally is what I'm seeing, and or exactly 50%, be 50-50, which when you're making changes, a 50-50 ratio isn't really what we'd like to see. I would like to hear from the public, but I would state, I find it worrisome if we're gonna start expanding this, because truthfully, where do you stop? I mean, I think every single residential house homeowner would like for, not for other people to park in front of their house. Now, if they really are experiencing traffic issues because of Lodi Lake, then we should take that into consideration. But I do just want to stress to the city and the council that we should watch out, because every single homeowner doesn't want somebody else to park on their.
I agree with that for sure. Just kind of a little bit of background. This is our standard practice of when someone asks for one street, we know that if we do just that street, that problem moves. We've expanded these parking areas in the past, so that's why we kind of do a larger survey boundary to see the interest in those areas, because we do think it's a realistic expectation that it expands. same time, that's also why we brought options. If, specifically for that, if you guys feel option one, that's why we presented it in that way, to kind of give you that background. And I think because we saw the support we did, that's why our recommendation is what it was.
Well, I do appreciate it, so thank you for putting in the extra work. No more council comments or questions, I'll go ahead and. Perfect. We will open with public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comment cards?
The first comment card I have is from Carla Cope.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Carla Cope. I live at 1012 Laurel Avenue. We are the third house from Turner on Laurel. I'm a registered nurse, and I was asked by one of the neighbors, Donna, to speak about the signage, so that's what I'm going to be talking about right now. I'm a registered nurse at San Joaquin General Hospital. I manage the nursing education department. So the San Joaquin General Hospital is guided by the Joint Commission's safety standards, as are most hospitals. The Joint Commission requires the hospital to post clear, concise signage to protect patients, staff, and visitors. In a hospital, proper signage isn't just decorative, it saves lives. So we depend on clear exit, restricted areas, and emergency route signs so people can move safely and without confusion. If those signs are missing or unclear, it can lead to unsafe situations, chaos, and even harm. Our neighborhood on Laurel Avenue faces a similar issue, just in a different setting. We have no clear dead end or no outlet signage at the entrance of Turner and Laurel, so drivers turn on Laurel Avenue thinking they can drive into Lodi Lake Park, only to find they can't. Even large service trucks that come to maintain the trees in the area or want to access the Lodi Lake area to do maintenance turn down Laurel Avenue and then are stuck because they can't really turn around. There's a lot of people every single day making U-turns. In fact, 2 days ago, a fire truck and an ambulance came down Laurel Avenue while I was washing the car and stopped in front of my house, and then were stuck because there's cars parked on both sides of the street. They're not my cars or any of the residents' cars. And the guy couldn't turn his truck around, so he came over and he's like, if I have a spotter, can I back my truck into your driveway so that I can turn it around? And of course, I'm a nurse and we work with all the support people, and I'm like, sure, do it. He came about inches from my car. But Laurel Avenue has a definite problem, and I've seen the 3 proposals here tonight. We have constant U-turns in front of my house, in front of the driveway. So the parking is a huge problem there. The playground is there. Children are throwing balls over the knoll into the street. Cars zoom down that street, almost hitting these kids. My son-in-law said, "Don't look, Mom. Don't look at the children." But I'm terrified I'm gonna have to go out there and do CPR someday. So really, traffic is a problem on that street. Once the cars, Google Maps sends people to Laurel Avenue thinking that they can get into the park that way. A lot of people, especially since the park entrance has increased, a lot of people are coming and trying to park on Laurel Avenue, blocking my driveway, making U-turns. It's constant throughout the day. So I don't know what the recommendations would be. I would hope that you could provide clearer signage from Turner somehow stating they can't really drive into the park that way. And it seems to me that I would like to decrease traffic on that street just for safety. A lot of people walk their dogs down that street. They're in the street. The children are in the street. It's really dangerous there. So I like proposal 2, but of course I'm a resident. My husband grew up in the house, and so he's been there his whole life. In a wheelchair, it's difficult to maneuver him on that street now. So whatever you guys come up with would be great, but I would prefer restricted parking.
Sean, can you throw up that backslide and just leave it up so we can see the options? Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And any other comment cards?
Mary Tripp.
Good evening. My name is Mary Tripp, and my husband and I live on Laurel Avenue on the south side of Turner. So we don't experience quite the impact that our neighbors do on the other side, but we still regularly have the negative impact of the overflow parking. I'd say that we like the idea of the residential permits, but we do agree with the extension of having maybe some more information. One thing that we are concerned about, specifically on our property, because we're on a corner lot, we would be losing guest parking on the public stretch in front of our house. Currently, we could approximately fit 4 cars in front of our house, and with the permits as they are, those permits are only for our vehicles, but for our friends and family visiting, we would lose, the parking in front of our house. So I'd say that we're definitely in favor of exploring more for our area, and we definitely, feel the hurt that the neighbors on the other side of the street are feeling too. So we like option 3, but I would want to urge that we have the option of guest parking permits as well, if the resolution is voted on. So that's all. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Well, then I'll go next. My name is Donna Phillips, 1040 Laurel. Hopefully you got a couple of things I sent your direction. And there was a list of people who used to live on Laurel and across from Turner. They were having issues. That was like in 1970. I don't know if you saw that list of names. And I knew a lot of those people. So this has been ongoing since 1970. These issues are not going away. It's been ongoing since then. And I don't predict that anything is going to change unless we do some massive, a different concept about what we're doing. I also sent you, hopefully you got some pictures of what happens at my end of the lake. There are all these people that come down here that are just basically looking to get into the park. And I think you have a picture of a pickup pulling a house trailer. Well, they get to the end, they can't possibly turn around. And so some of them can back out, some of them can't. I also sent you pictures of the damage that's been done to my flower beds. And we've had damage to our cars, a lot of damage. I had a Land Cruiser that had both bumpers run into from people backing up into the driveway. It is my opinion that, and I didn't think this way when we first started talking about it, but at this point, I think that we should just close up Laurel. It would be simpler for the police. I don't know how anyone could possibly corral this. If we just have it on one side, how does that get patrolled? How does it get, just has to be somebody there all the time. And just FYI, I've counted the cars a lot of times on both sides of the street. And so on the west side of the street, depending on the cars, whether it's shorter or longer, there's maybe 15 cars. So that's what we're talking about here, jeopardizing this 15 spaces. But what would happen if we locked this off to just resident parking? It would stop all those wayward people from coming down there. There's no hope for us to protect our house. Excuse me, keeping my dentist in business here. I can't turn that damage into my insurance for the car damage and my house damage, so what do I do with it? You know, I can't turn it into you. I can't protect my house from that. I just got a letter from Swimley that said we can no longer swing our little metal fence out there because the ticket would be $1,250 or $5,000 for the second ticket. So we're at your mercy here. So anyway, it would be my opinion to just do, I guess it's number 2 for both sides of Laurel. So it would be strictly residential parking. And hopefully that would eliminate a lot of the wayward people coming down there. I think that's what I have to tell you. Thank you.
Do we have any more comment cards? Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will go to council. Lisa, if you want to choose option 1 or 2, I think you.
Well, a couple things that got brought up that I think that I'm considering. To begin with, it is still a public street. I mean, as was the fire lane areas, but that's been taken care of now. And, you know, I think as I think through this, Donna, fire department needs to get through. So understanding not to put the gate in place when we need the fire truck to make it all the way to the end, that's kind of important. So I get that. The problem is, you know, as I read the language and the ordinance that we'd be looking at putting back into place, you were right, you can't really have guest parking. If you take away the other side of Laurel, where are your guests going to park if you're making it permit parking only for the residents there? So our ordinance isn't written in such a way that you could have an additional like 2 guest passes or something like that. There'd have to be a change, and that's not consistent with the rest of the areas that get residents-only parking. So I understand the desire for number 2, but it is still a public street, and you wouldn't have any place for guests to park, and you might as well block the street off and then purchase the street because it becomes your street. So I support 1. I do think we need to make sure that people are not parking in your driveways and parking in front of your houses, and that you have adequate space if you do have a guest that come over, can park on the other side of the street, or whatever the case may be. But I like to take things in incremental steps. If it becomes a real ongoing problem with the west side of the street, then we'll try to address it then. I was compelled by the comment of there should be a no outlet. And I don't know what is currently there other than the 9 prohibiting evening parking, you know, from 9 to 6, I think it is. Is that what it is? Yeah. So what does that say? It says not a through street, so it is marked for not a through street.
Yeah, we've got not a through street on,
Well, let Sean, you want to comment?
yeah, we've got not a through street on both sides there, and then as it gets down to the end, we've got dead
end.
ends.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We've been kind of breaking the rules all night. If you would come to the podium, just because we record the meetings.
As I've been turning from Turner onto Laurel, I've been looking at those signs. I walk my husband's wheelchair up to that corner every day to catch the Dial-A-Ride bus on the corner of the park and Turner and Laurel. So those signs, you see them right as you're turning in. You can't even, they don't indicate that that street is not a through street before you're ready to turn, before you're turning in. So no one sees that that's not an area that you can't get through.
But I'm seeing another green sign that there on the, just past it, it says Lodi Lake
That-
600 feet ahead.
That little green sign states that the park entrance is 600 feet ahead. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it is a positioning issue and it could be moved back, but there's also rules tied to that, so.
Oh, I
you know,
realize all that.
I get what you're saying
I'm
there.
stuck in a hospital with lots of rules.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it all. But I'm just saying, when you see those signs, You're already turning into Laurel Avenue.
The thing is, there is room at that very end of, where you could make a turnaround and come out. I know there are cars that go down there, but, the large trucks couldn't. I mean, I was there the other day walking, and I can't see, I mean, maybe if you had a small trailer behind you, you could make a U-turn, but a big truck couldn't do it. I just, again, it takes people a while to get accustomed to changes. So I'd still support the resident-only parking on the east side of the street, but until it becomes a major issue, I think I would support that right now. I'd rather see changes incrementally, because it's not a private street. It's still, that portion is still a public street.
I have a question. Would you leave the 9 PM to 6 AM, no parking on the west side?
Yeah.
Because every night I get
I
up
would
at
note
3 AM
just-
with my husband.
Quick note, I do apologize
Oh, I'm
just for
sorry.
decorum. It's going to be the last statement I'm going to allow, just
Oh,
because we're
okay.
not supposed to have the back and forth, but go ahead and finish your thought.
I get up
Les.
with my husband in the middle of the night, and I have to pass through the front of the house, and I see cars parked out there, and they're either people sleeping or doing other things like drugs and
That's an
other
enforcement
things.
issue that you would
Yeah.
want to call PD and notify.
I do.
Okay.
And they're great.
I'm going to
I
go ahead
appreciate
and
it.
cut
Thank
off the
you.
conversation now, guys. Thank you for your comments, though. Do we hear a motion on
I have
this?
a
So I have a question before.
Go ahead and let Dr. Nakanishi.
This is my baby. It's in my district. I know this place. I parked there, right? The street looks.
Oh, you're the
big.
issue.
Yeah.
Dr. Nakanishi.
And I've been working with Don, and I've not been working, but we've had this problem since 2070. But thank you, Lisa, for coming here. You're doing this, right? So my recommendation, I'm hearing what you're saying, stop sign, dead end street, change the stop sign more to the right, so when you go to the right, you see a dead end street to the right, right? That will help you. Well,
Okay,
I agree with you, you need a dead-end street there, and you can't see it because you're, by the time you turn, had that sign further up front someplace, right? You could do that. And also, parking space for residents like on your side, right? The other side, keep it like Lisa says, and 9 to 5. That would help tremendously. I'm surprised the staff didn't use that, didn't think of that rather than number 3. Because 3, you're going to have more displacement, I think. And I don't think you'll have as many complaints if you did it this way.
and do we have any other council comments on this?
So I will defer obviously to the people who represent that district, but for me, it will be a option 2, but you guys want to do it incrementally, because I think we're going to have the same problems, because people are going to still drive there and park in front. So until we close that kind of window and make people not incentivize that and make it that they go park in the lake, actually, this is going to go away completely. So I think that will be my take, but I will be okay with number 1.
Council Member Hensley, could we figure out some other type of expansion on the permits for parking for the houses on the other side of the street? Because I think everybody would be for just closing down the street and only allowing parking for the residents. And I actually use that road too, and I'm like, Dr.
Ron knows where I'm
Nakanishi.
going. You're turning it into a private street then, and nobody else can use it except for the residents on that street. I mean, actually, we have our Parks Director here. She's as aware of anybody else how often Lodi Lake is used in events and the needs for parking and the crunch in the area. And Donna was right. The issue's been that way since the 70s. So
Then the
I
one
just
side
have
of
a
the
hard
street is
time
okay.
closing a street completely off.
On top of that, we just took parking spaces away from the lake when we did the whole revamp. And so, I also park, not on Laurel, it's usually taken, but I'll go, into the neighborhoods for some of the large events there. That's a really popular thing that people do. And, we're doing this now, but we get aggressive about it. We're going to have a council chamber with people complaining in the other direction.
There's no parking available, and, yeah. So I still sit with option 1. Let's see how that works. Let's beef up some of the enforcement, and certainly I know for a fact on that corner on the west side, people park in that red zone all the time. I've been there when, what's the point of actually saying don't park here because they bump a car or two onto the corner and park anyway. So I would still go with option 1 first and then proceed from there. You can always come back and say
And-
we're still having problems.
Is that a motion?
I would move to accept option 1, east side residents only parking.
Do I hear
I'll
a
second.
And that's a second. All in favor?
So just for clarification, that would be to adopt the resolution implementing option 1, correct? Because right now it's currently drafted as option
Also
3.
changing the sign, dead end street, more, not going this way, but, when you see when the traffic comes to the right, you'll see that.
I mean, we'll take a look at that. I think no matter what, when you're that close, if your mind's taking a right, you're going to make a right
So
and then you turn. But
there-
we'll take a look at if there's any other
what
option
you
that would
can.
make sense
That's
to
good.
increase visibility for it.
And there is a motion made and a second, and your vote is on your screen. All right, passes unanimously. For the next items, I'm going to make the motion that we postpone for the next meeting G4, G9, and G10. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mikey seconds, all in favor?
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you include H1 in that?
No, we're gonna get
Okay.
H1 done.
Okay, perfect.
What did we do? G.
Just to be clear, G7, G8, those are taken care of, those are
Yep.
going to be
went on to
G4,
dispersed.
consent.
G9,
Nothing-
G10.
Okay.
Yep. It's all the items that really can be postponed.
So we're doing G5 and G6.
And then the H1. And then if you would, press yes or no, yea or nay on your screen.
Yes.
Right. And it passes. Going to move to G5. Madam City Clerk, if you'd go over that item.
G5 is to adopt the final resolution removing Scott R. Carney from the Office of City Manager pursuant to Lodi Municipal Code Section 2.12.050 and providing for an effective date. And I will turn it over to our city attorney to provide a report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So at the October 6th special meeting, council issued a preliminary resolution to remove Mr. Carney. He had an opportunity to request a public hearing on that action within 10 days of being notified. The city has not received any requests for public hearing on that item. Therefore, after expiration of the 30-day notice period, the item can come back to council to take final action and adopt a final resolution making that removal active and set an effective date. So that is what is before council tonight, is to make that preliminary resolution final, set an effective date, currently drafted as November 6th, which would be the day following expiration of that 30 days, and to implement appointment of an acting then interim city manager for the period while a recruitment process would occur.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the public comment first. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please do so now.
Hello, Mayor, council members. JP Doucette, Presidency of Lodi Chamber of Commerce. In regards to this item, it is the beginning of us kind of resetting the executive position here for the city. In terms of the preliminary resolution, some of the things laid out in section 1, I won't address them each individually, but I will just say that during the recruitment of Mr. Carney and through the interview process, which we were fortunate enough to have community members and business leaders as part of the as an interview panel and be able to make recommendations to council in their ultimate decision. a lot of the issues that led to the selection of Mr. Carney still exist today in terms of the relationship between the city and the business community, and the needs and concerns of the business community that existed at that time are still very relevant today. So this is a new chapter, or it's the beginning of a new chapter. However, I do want to just recognize the fact that as we go through the recruitment and selection of the next city manager, that we reflect back on the decision that was made and the reasons that were given for the selection of Mr. Carney, and that we make sure that we still respect and honor those as we make our next selection. We're obviously at the beginning of the process. We do invite you to come out into the community and speak to not only our members, but as many community leaders as you can to get insight before you issue the job description for the next city manager and begin that recruitment, because we do want to move forward. We do want the next hire that is made to be successful, and we do want to take all these planning efforts and everything that goes underway and be able to execute on them. And that executive position, as we've discussed here today in other items, is extremely important to that end. So I know that I've advocated over the past several months, many times in front of this council. And, again, I just want to say that we do look at this as an opportunity as well. We look forward to working with you in terms of the process moving forward. But I do want to recognize, again, that we do feel like we are thankful that the council did recognize and try to find the candidate that you felt was going to help in terms of addressing some of the issues that were brought forward to you. And we encourage you to do the same thing as you engage in this process again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, I will move to council. Questions, comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Moving to item G6.
G6 is to adopt a resolution appointing James Lindsay, a retired PERS annuitant, as interim city manager, and approving amendment to employment agreement at the same rate of pay of $140 an hour and not to exceed 960 hours in a fiscal year. And I'll also turn that over to our city attorney.
Okay, so this is a follow-up of the prior item. Under the retired annuitant rules, there are two ways that a retired annuitant can perform services for a city. One's special services, and then one is during an interim period. If Mr. Lindsay is now moved over to the interim role, if council chooses to make that appointment, we just need to have his contract reflect that correct section under those rules and extend out that term to cover the recruitment period. So those are the two primary items. The same rate of pay would be implemented for the $140 per hour and not to exceed that total 960 hours, which is required under the PERS rules.
Do we have any questions or comments from council?
I do.
Dr. Nakanishi?
Yeah. I work with our city manager, James Lindsay, for the last 6 months, I think we have, right? Or so. I feel he's competent, experienced, and knowledgeable, and I'm glad you're here. That's the only comment I have for you.
Do we have any other council comments? Seeing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please do so now. Seeing none, do I hear a motion from council?
Move to approve.
Do I hear a second? All in favor? If you ever want something passed easy, put it at 10:44 at night. Moving to the last, hold on, last item of the night, H1, Madam City Clerk.
I will keep it very short. I just wanted to note that there is a blue sheet for this item. So item H1 is to waive the second reading and adopt resolution number 2034, which amends Lodi Municipal Code Title 15, Chapter 15.25, and Title 17. And I'm just gonna list the sections really quick. Sections 17.18.040, Section 17.20.030, Section 17.22.030, Section 17.32.040. And this is where the blue sheet comes in. Section 17.36.0.130, the accessory dwelling unit was removed from the first reading at the last city council meeting of October 15. So that's where the blue sheet provides a cleaner copy that removes the accessory dwelling unit reference. And then moving forward with 17.36.220, 17.36.230, 17.36.240, Section 17.40.020, Section 17.40.050, 17.78.020, and that are all the sections, and the motion would have to include the blue sheet, which excludes the accessory dwelling unit section.
Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none. Do we have any comment cards? Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please do so now. Seeing none, I will take a motion from council.
Move to approve with exclusion of accessory dwelling units as per the blue sheet.
Do I hear a second? Second. All in favor? And that was not a public hearing, if that's correct. Okay. And it passes unanimously. Seeing no further items on the agenda, I will adjourn the meeting at 10:47 PM.
Nice evening, guys.
You too, Doc. See ya.